Good morning, good morning.
Good morning, beloved sisters and brothers.
Good morning, morning. I hope you are well.
I'm
Morning.
I'm well,
And
and hope you are all well.
yeah.
Oh, we are well and blessed
Good
and out of
morning, good
favor.
morning.
Hello, Penny. Oh, morning, Benji.
Good
Good morning.
morning, good morning. Rakadi Chulas, I haven't seen you in a while, my sister. Good morning, good morning. A I
Mm.
see
A
our
very
young
good
people,
morning.
good morning.
Hi,
So,
Sissy.
yes, we'll give it in 5 minutes or so.
Mm.
It will start again. Dambiwe, good morning, my darling. Yeah, Raloba.
Good morning, Mama Bato.
Good morning. Matong, it's becoming cold again. Good morning. I see is that my sister from Russia is on. Today, we are so international. I see Dinah from Western Sahara is on. My young people, Kanisa from South Africa is on. So yes, we will give young people as they join. Then let's give it another 5 or 6 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mama Bato.
Yes. O kry-ile re tlabolela ka Sotho yalo. O kry-ile akere ntho ela ya program flow.
Ke
Gape le
kry-ile, thank you.
gape le gone ke tšatši la gago.
Re leboga Modimo.
Yeah. Okay. Forward them the session to your page so that it's also live streamed on your page. I think Rakhani should just also forward it to your page so that it can also live stream on your page. With everybody else who is on Facebook with me, you can do the same. Forward it to your page, then it can live stream on your page as we are going to be live streaming. And I was just waiting for Benny to send us again today.
Can you explain? You're saying you forwarded it to our page so that we can also live stream it. Which page did you send it to?
No, I'm talking to Eureka, who is a friend to me on Facebook.
Okay, fine.
Because
I just
when you are friend to me on Facebook, yeah.
Okay, fine. Thank you for the clarification.
And I think what I'll do, I will put there because today also we are doing our first YouTube live stream. We've been recording and sharing the recordings and also live streaming on my Facebook page. Today, we will also be doing our first YouTube live stream. So I'll share the link on WhatsApp or even on because I've got almost all your WhatsApp. I can send it to there. Penny has just sent it to me now.
Thank you, Mama Pato.
Yes, and all the young people, that's how I'm addressed. Remember, I know Diana yesterday said, Mabatu, Diana, I'm not Mabatu. I am Mabatu. Let me write it properly for you so that you can see who I am. I think let me get just a cup of hot water. It's really, the weather is changing drastically here. Matapelo, we have not started. We said we'll start at 10 past as we're waiting for people to join. But I think because what is important is our speakers. So, and the young people, yes, I see Hama is in, Dinah is in, um, Kanisa is in, Mary is in. Mary, you see, I can read Russian, even though you've written in Russian there. Mary is in. Um,
Hello, my name is Людмила Жгулева.
Ludmila is
Ludmila.
in. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, nice to meet you. And
Nice to
Makrula from Afghanistan is here too.
Oh, welcome, Magola. You see, I was not even going to be able to pronounce it properly. Eureka, I hope you are hearing the tone of the name. Hama
Yes, yes,
is in from Palestine. Yes,
yes,
Hama
I know. I'm
is
taking
in
the.
from Palestine. I, no, Hama from Western Sahara. Hama from Western Sahara is in. Diana is the one who's coming from Palestine. So
And
you can
Dumbiwe
see we've
Hara
got
from Malawi is also in.
Dumbela Hara from Malawi is here. You can see we've got the world around this table. We've got the world around. And then my Mzansi young girls, Tuli and let me open, because the others we've just written abbreviations and not the full names. So we need to let's bring it.
It's Sulufelo Maseko.
Tolo fellow is here with us. I want to bring the flyer so that you see the faces of these beautiful people who will be our teachers today. We're here to learn from you today. Today we are at school where young people are going to be guiding us to say, this is where we think we need to be going. Old people, we appreciate the journey you have led us thus far, but we think if we do A, B, C, D, we will reach the 2030 agenda faster.
It is inspiring to see a intergenerational.
Give me a minute. I also want just to get hot water. Our YouTubers, we have not as yet started, so there was no sound because we have not started. Again, welcome, Siswini, welcome, Keifas. Are we good to go? But I don't see Kado here. Let me find out from the young woman from Botswana. Yeah, I'll try to call her now. Yeah. And also the High Commissioner, but they will be coming after the dialogue but they need to hear the young people as their input will also be based on what young people are saying. That's why it's not answering. So Eureka, we're going to start. Dambua is here. She will speak, and she will, as she joins, she will also join the panel. But I think we need to start. People are here. Let's ensure that we honor that. And if this technology also, we know in our continent sometimes technology become a challenge, so we can't wait forever. So I'm giving you for us to start the opportunity as the leader of today's session. Eureka? Commissioner Mohani?
I hope you can hear me. I hope I'm clear right now.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so, so much. Wow, Mema Vato, I was looking at the poster, looking at the contents of this engagement that we're having right now, and one must first of all commend you for your consistency, for this vision, for carrying it out through and through for this Freedom Thursdays. We are some of the youth who are products of the teachings, the opportunities that you've given to us as well. So we're really thankful and grateful. And today, seeing that it's not just about South Africa, it's bigger than that. It's growing and the impact is going global. It's very key because there's so many issues that overlap. We call it intersectionality that overlap, and we all come and realize that it's just one big home, one big family. We're always saying that the world is coming together, and we're starting to see the bigger picture. That what we thought and felt it's just us, we're the only ones suffering. We realize that no, it's across board. There are so many others who are carrying intense burdens. There are so many others who are seeing so much out there. But today's engagement is going to be very open. Those who are here, not part of the panel, there's comment section for you to engage with. Those of you joining us on Facebook or even YouTube, let us engage. But before we proceed, because we are all from different time zones, we are all from different nationalities, different faith, I would like us to just take just 2 minutes, of silence. And those who are praying in tongues or praying, do so. But let's just observe a moment of 2 minutes, please, if we may. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. Thank you so, so much for observing that moment of silence. And I thank you once again, Mema Bato, for welcoming us all here today. Our program is so jam-packed. There's so many things that we need to look into. But before I think we dive into the different topics that we have, we must, first of all, I just want to definitely welcome our speakers or our panelists for the day. I want to thank you all for availing yourselves for this amazing engagement. We are realizing that the need to engage and discuss what is peace in the context of this world that seems to be on fire. As I mentioned, there are issues that we have all seen. We have seen online. We're youth. We are chronically online. So we see so many inputs, so many views. And then for those of us who are also serving in offices of the country as well, we get to see that, listen, there's policies, there's a lot of reform that is taking place that we're trying to set up within our countries just to try and douse any fires that might be out there so that we can then bring the change that is required. And I'm so thankful, Memabata, because for this platform, you are granting the youth the chance to not just vent, but to bring in those necessary solutions, to bring in the perspectives that are out there, because there's an understanding that is out there. There's a certain idea that is out there that this is how we'll perceive South Africa. This is how we'll perceive Malawi. This is how we'll perceive Russia. Yet it's all dependent on what we see maybe on mainstream media. But these engagements help us to zoom into each country to understand what exactly is taking place and what other changes are required, the facts, the truth that is on the ground. Hence, we are so thankful for all the individuals here. Okay, Memabato, I don't know if you're saying anything. I see your mic is on mute.
No, I was responding to somebody on the call who wanted the proceedings. I said, people are stuck on agendas. I said, we've got a proceedings on the floor. And now, because I'm going to speak now, I will send it after speaking.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So
Yes.
before we continue, I'd like to first of all welcome you, Mema Bato, onto the floor, just to give us the gist for this engagement, and then we'll move back to then our own panelists and discussions. Over to you.
Sorry, Eureka, give me a minute because I think the phone will continue ringing as people trying to want to participate, and Benny will be following that. So yes. Good morning to our young leaders who are joining us this morning. You know, we say every time that young people are leaders, not of tomorrow, you are leaders of today. So I want to thank everyone who is joining us this morning. And as we were introducing ourselves earlier on, I nearly again forgot to record on YouTube, not on YouTube, to record the meeting. Last week we did that. We forgot to record, and we didn't have a video for this meeting. So let me record the meeting in order to be able to share this meeting. Yes. So I want to thank everyone. And I was saying, when we were introducing ourselves, we've got young people here with us from Russia, we've got young people from Afghanistan, we've got young people from Palestine, we've got young people from Western Sahara, we've got young people from Gambia, we've got young people from Kenya, we've got young people from Malawi, you've got young people, obviously, from South Africa, we got young people from Botswana. So this is really a global dialogue where, as a foundation and our partners, looking at what is happening around the world, and Eureka, you said it so well, my dear, that as young people, we are always online. And I think your anxiety might not be the same as our anxiety, but as older persons looking at what is happening globally, we are very, very concerned. And I was speaking in one event during Freedom Days celebrations, that last week, one of the things that was worrying me, and as I was talking to some of our sisters around the world on fire, especially in the Middle East. And we're looking at Palestine, looking at now Iran and Lebanon. And as we were watching this world on fire, you know, there were conflicts and wars between Israel and Palestine. And we're saying that it actually is not a war. There's a first war that we are seeing now is the war between Iran and Israel, because they were just attacking and bombing and really decapitating a country. Now, with this war of Iran, the anxiety that came was last week when we reading the news, and in some of the news, the report said there was a disagreement between the president of the United States and his chief of the army, because the president of the United States wanted the keys to the nuclear. In that, you know, when we're sitting and saying, but if somebody wants the key to the nuclear, actually, what does it mean? Does it mean you can go to sleep, or you can be sitting watching the news and the whole country being on fire because someone has the power of a bomb that can do that in 2026? And in our discussion, it was I said it was not even about this president. It was about other presidents who will be like him, that has the key to the nuclear in their own countries, that can come and now flex their muscles globally. And where are our children now? What is worrying them in this space of time when the world is on fire? What is their vision of the world that they want to see? A peaceful world, because seemingly we as their mothers, their fathers, their grandmothers, their grandfathers have failed to ensure that there is peace in the world. And there are 2 or 3 individuals who think that they've got power in the world, really to just decide which country exists, which country doesn't exist. So as looking at young people, you have been, some of you are international relations scholars, some of you are dealing with the different areas that we have identified as needing agency to be able to reach the 2030 agenda. Where we are sitting, we are aware that this 2030 agenda, we're not going to get there. We're not going to achieve those targets that were set. So this session today, for us in South Africa, today is the last day where we are celebrating Freedom Month. And for us as a foundation, this is the last day of the celebration of our birthday or anniversary, because Freedom Thursdays was started 3 years ago on the 27th of April, which is Freedom Day in South Africa, hence the name Freedom Thursdays. So today we open this space not as an event, but as a platform of truth-telling, a moment of reckoning, and a moment where we summon you, leadership, to lead us. Because the world you are inheriting is not the world that was promised. When you look at Agenda 2063, for those that come from the continent of Africa, but these UN SDGs that had targets in 2030. When global leaders set the 2030 as a milestone, they told us that by this decade, we would have reduced poverty, strengthened peace, transformed economies, and secured a sustainable planet. Yet, as 2030 approaches, we find ourselves in a world marked by economic uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, conflict, wars, climate crisis, and deepening inequality. We say the world is on fire, and young people are standing at the edge of that fire. But we know that you are not standing there helplessly. You are standing as analysts. You are standing there as innovators. You are standing there as peace builders. You are standing there as activists, as scholars, and also as leaders who understand that your generation carries both the burden and the possibility of the next era. So this dialogue is not about asking whether young people have a future. This dialogue is about asking, what future will young people create? What future will you insist on as young people? What future will you refuse to inherit? Today, we bring together young leaders from institutions of higher learning, institutions of youth formations, because you are the ones who feel the global economy in your bones. You feel this unemployment, not as a statistics, but as a lived reality. You are the ones who feel the conflict, not as headlines, but as fear, instability, and uncertainty. Having young people who come from places of occupation like Western Sahara and conflict places where the UN has now called that there was genocide there as Palestine, you feel this It's your reality. You feel climate change not as a theory, but as hunger. You feel climate change, you feel the heat, and you see and experience the disaster. You are the ones that feel this inequality, not as a policy, but as your daily struggle. And in South Africa, we are saying to young people that this inequality of young people who are graduates, but are called unemployed graduates, because the employers, the majority being white people, do not want to hire South Africans. They rather hire outsiders because they don't want to pay decent salaries. So they want to continue with apartheid policies and practices, hence bringing people from outside and not paying them. Last week, we were looking at one of the reports where foreign nationals have been employed in a factory in Mpumalanga. Many of them have lost their fingers because the conditions of employment, they are so bad. They don't have fingers, they are sick, but because they want money, because they come from countries that they do not provide them with jobs, they are taking anything where they're being exploited. So we have called this session because we know that even when you are experiencing this, you also carry the solutions. You are the generation that understands technology, innovation, and the digital economy. Some they tell us that we are BBCs. BBCs are born before computers. Now others call us BBTs. We are born before technology. You are the technology. You understand it. You are the generation that is rethinking governance. You are a generation that is rethinking democracy and accountability. So you've got the solutions because you are the generation that is refusing to silence gender-based violence, which is violence by men on women and girls. You are the generation that is refusing mental health and social injustice. You are the generation that is building these climate movements. It's so good when you see at the UN young people as young as 14, 15 talking about solutions about climate change. So the climate movements are being carried by your generation. You are the generation that now has peace networks because you don't want to live under conflicts anymore or under occupation. And you are the generation that is building this global solidarity. And technology is able to assist you to do that. And what we like is that you are the generation that is not waiting for permission to lead. You are standing up. You are leading movements. You are holding governments accountable. So today we are asking you three things. First, to speak truthfully about the world as it is. The economy, the politics, the conflicts, and the crisis. Secondly, we are asking you to imagine boldly the world as it should be. The world that is peaceful, that is just, that is sustainable and free. And thirdly, we are asking you to commit courageously to the world you will build through your leadership, through your organizing, through your innovation, and through your solidarity. This is a global moment for you as young people, and you are that global generation. Your struggles are connected. Your hopes are connected. Your futures are connected. So today we open this dialogue with that type of reverence, knowing that for your voices, your visions, and your power, we are going to be led. May this space that we have created be that space where you provide clarity where you want to take this world. May it be a place of courage, of speaking out. This is a space where nobody will come in and silence you. Let have that courage. May it be a place where you imagine. Young people, you are so innovative. You use your vision. So imagine this world that you want your children to inherit. And may this place be a place where your future begins to take shape. So, as young people, as the convener of the session, as the chairperson of Freedom Thursdays, Mabatu Foundation for Women's Development, I welcome you to the Freedom Month Youth Dialogue. I welcome the work that you will start doing today of building the world beyond 2030. And also I welcome you to this future that we are calling you to create. Thank you very much. Eureka, back to you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, Memabato, for that very detailed overview of what the vision of this engagement is, of what the heart of Freedom Thursdays is all about, and just to also share the joy of its growth, the joy of its impact, and seeing all these panelists sitting here today. I think for us as youth, first of all, we want to say thank you as well for trusting us, trusting our opinions, trusting our experiences, and trusting our observation as well, that we can all come here collectively so under the leadership of those who are seeking and taking a stand and activists for peace, for love, and joy through and through. So we are really thankful. And for those who have just joined us, welcome to this amazing platform for Freedom Thursdays. Today's theme is the youth at the edge of 2030, where we are reimagining freedom, economy, and peace in a world on fire. And when we're looking at fire, we need to find out right now what burns are there out there. Is first-degree burns, third-degree burns that we have noted or seen? Is it a volcanic eruption? What is the intensity of these things that we are all seeing and viewing? However, because I'm just a facilitator, I will not try to take too much time. Today is about the panelists that we have been assigned, the panelists who have availed themselves to take a stance and say, I will speak on behalf of my country and share the concerns, share the solutions, and share the ideas in which we can innovatively seek justice collectively, where we can even be comfortable within the same space to call each other out and say, let us correct this, let us fix this, and not just depend on what we see online, which is very key for us. So I'm so excited here. And I'm so thankful. And I was looking through the list and I can see most of our panelists are here today. And I would like us to start with an icebreaker. I know before we started, we were just doing a roll call, but I think for each panelist, I'm going to just say your name and then you're going to unmute. If you can, also please show us your video to the panelists. So I'm going to say your name, you unmute, you say, my name is, I am from this country representing da da da. Just an introduction so that everyone who is watching, our viewers, is able to put the name to the face and the amazing work that you are also doing as well. So to my panelists, I will say your name, then you unmute, you show us your video, and then you tell us who you are, where you are from, which country, and what organization you are representing. Then we'll move on to the next question, okay? So I'm going to start off with Miss Katso. Please unmute and introduce yourself.
Thank you. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yes. Apologies for joining late. The government of Botswana has taken its electricity, but I'm here.
Oh,
Yeah, I
sorry.
apologize.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm trying to switch off on my camera so you can see me. So my name is Dato Lizard Ramudia. I am from Botswana. I hope you guys can see me. This is my face, how I look, colleagues.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so
Okay.
much, Kato. Thank you so much. Thank you for
So my
joining
name
in.
is Kato Lizard Ramudia. I'm from Botswana. I affiliate with Women Lead Africa, and where our areas of work are peace and security, leadership, and skills development. And globally, I represent Botswana at the Commonwealth Youth for Gender Equality Network, SIGEN. And yeah, I've been an advocate for youth and women issues for the last 10 years. I'm excited to be here.
Oh, thank you. Welcome, welcome, Katso. Thank you for waging through the lack of electricity and being here. Those are part of the issues we are discussing today. But thank you. We appreciate your
Yeah.
proof of life as well. All right, we're going to move on over to Miss Dumbiwa Hara, Malawi, please.
Morning, everyone. I hope you can see my face.
Yes,
Can you see
yes.
me?
Yes, we can. Hello, hello.
Okay, my name is Dimbiwe Hara. I'm from Malawi, the southern part of Malawi. To be specific, Blantyre, not the capital city. I know that most people are very conversant with the Lilongwe, but I'm on the other side, the court side. So I'm here representing African Women Leaders Network, Youth Caucus from Malawi. But I'm also part of Feminate. I'm a member there. MAGA, that's Girl Guide also. But I also work for the electricity company as a social and gender specialist. So I guess for Botswana, you need to connect with me. Maybe I can bring electricity to you. Yeah, so basically that's my brief introduction. Thank you. And I'm really geared to learn so much, to share so much, so that at the end of the day, we make progress, but also see the gains that we've made and those that we've lost, and how we can navigate with 2030 approaching soon. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Hara. Already we are bringing solutions for electricity. Look at that. That is why we are here. We are so excited. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Hara. All right, we're going to move on over to Mr. Abdul Koma. I'm not sure if you are here from Gambia. Mr. Abdul Koma, are you here from Gambia?
Okay, let me find out from Michelle if the Gambians are not here. Yeah, I will send. Now I've got a challenge. I'm using my phone for live streaming to Facebook, and I want to be calling people. Yeah.
She must be, no, perhaps they
Continue
might
with others. Yeah.
join. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Mema Bato. Then we'll move on over to Miss Dinah Asi from Palestine. You are here. There she is.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear and see me?
Yes, yes, we can hear and
We
see
can.
you.
Okay, so my name is Dina Al-Asi from Gaza City. I'm a 27-year-old law graduate, freelance journalist, and currently working as a lawyer at the Women's Affairs Center. I serve as Palestine's SDGs ambassador and as a member of the Youth Advisory Panel. Yeah. I want to say that thank you for giving me this space. I know representing youth is not easy. It is a big responsibility trying to shed the light on young people's catastrophic situation and their hopes and aspirations for the new reality. So thank you again, and happy to see you all.
Oh, thank you so much, Miss Dina. It is a big responsibility, and we thank you for availing yourself. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on over to Miss Tsulufelo Masego Ngamane, South Africa.
Welcome.
There we go.
How are you?
Oh, see you
Hello,
unmuted.
everyone.
There we go.
I am Silufelo Masego. from South Africa. I am an electrician by profession.
Bathroom.
I'm an electrician by profession and an extrovert. I'm here representing the Young Communist League of South Africa in Tshwane. I'm the head of secretariat. Thank you so much for
Thank you, Tulufela. I see your network is a bit up and down, but it's fine. Thank you so much. Yay, women in STEM as well. Thank you, Tulu. Okay, Mr. Abdul Koma, I think I see you there. Yes, from Gambia. We are just doing introductions. You just need to know who you are, where you are from, and what organizations you are representing. But welcome, Mr. Abdul Koma. You can unmute and introduce yourself. We are so excited to hear from you. Just a short introduction.
Thank you so very much. Greetings, speakers around the world. My participants, I am Abdul Kuma, a representative and a youth leader from the Gambia. I am the president of Gambia Youth Empowerment and Civic Leadership Network. I work closely with youth organizations in the Gambia to organize forums, defending young people in this country, and also giving their voices to raise above, and of course, so that their voices can be heard through climate resilience and civic engagement. I have trained over more than 1,000 young people in this country to, of course, empower them through civic engagement and their rights to be restored. So, in essence, this is Abdul Koma, and I thank you so very much, Maputo Foundation for Women's Development, for organizing such a dialogue at a very timeline that the world is facing this critical condition of peace, and which align perfectly with the Gambia Youth Empowerment and Civic Leadership Network. I am happy to be part of this discussion. I look forward to learn from my fellow speakers. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Koma. We appreciate you coming in and joining in. We are just continuing with the introductions right now. Then I'll start shooting with all these questions, but we are so pleased to have you here. I'm going to move on to the next panelist, which is Ms. Farida Ali from Kenya. You are here. Your introduction, please. Ms. Farida Ali. Okay, I'm not sure if you are here. We'll move on over to the next panelist, Hama Muhammad from Western Sahara. Are you here? Hama Hamadi Muhammad.
I saw him before.
Yes, he was here. I saw him as well. Okay, I'll move on to the next one. As soon as they join, I'll just keep monitoring the names as well. The next one is Kanyisa from South Africa. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, colleagues. Am I audible, and can someone confirm if they can see me?
Yes, you are audible and we can see proof of life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So my name is Kanyisa Mangwana, a third-year electrical engineering student, who is also a student activist representing the PYA of TUT, Tshwane University of Technology. I am seated here and honored to be joining the Freedom Thursday, where we are seated and meeting with other youth leaders across the country and also internationally, so that we can advocate the good interest for the young people and also represent them and raise concerns too. Thank you.
Thank you. Well spoken. Thank you so much, Kanyisa. And we know you are here to bring that light as well for us today. Once again, women in STEM, very proud. I'm going to move on over to the next panelist, Mr. Marula. He's Amiri from Moscow of Afghanistan as well. I believe you are here.
He is here.
Hello.
Yeah.
I can introduce Mr. Mahrula Amiri.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hello. We are from Russia. Yeah, but I represent Mr. Mahrullah. He's from Afghanistan, from Kabul. He's a student of a Russian university. It's called RUDN, International Relationship Faculty, and. I want to say you all about war conflict between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Because during the war between Israel, USA, and Iran, were this conflict. And this conflict, our news, our journalist didn't say about this conflict. But it's very important for these two countries. Thank you so much. I am Lyudmila Zhguleva, and I am a colleague of Mr. Mahrullah.
Yesterday night it was fine.
Thank you so much. I'm just gonna mute Mema Bato. Okay. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. Thank you. We appreciate your feedback. And yes, we want to hear what the news is not covering. That is why we're here today. Thank you so much for that perspective. I appreciate it. I just want to move on over right now to Fatima Brahim, Western Sahara. Are you here, Fatima? Yes. Fatima, I see you're still muted. Okay. Fatima, we'll just keep checking on you if you're able to connect. And then, of course, from our posters, you'll see that we have elders who are also here represented. Mema Bato, you'll just signal for me if they are here as well, or we'll introduce them later on when it's their turn to give insights and inputs. But we are so looking forward to engaging. I know Miss Mary, you are here. We saw you. Miss Fatou as well. I'm not too sure if she's here. And Melobe as well, our elders who are here to just also consolidate the conversation, to give their insights and inputs because they've walked this journey before we have, and we are looking forward to more indulgence from their side as well to hear their inputs, because one thing we know for sure is you don't want to reinvent a wheel as well. Mema Bato, your hand is up.
My hand is up because I got a message from Fatu. I think they didn't check the flyer in terms of the time. She is in New York and it's 4 a.m. now, but there will be somebody from Aulin who will speak at that time. So when the time comes, we will introduce them. But as you said, Mary already is here from Russia, and High Commissioner also in Singapore is AM, but she will join. She will join. So we'll introduce them at that time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mema Bato. And then once again, yes, they are panelists, but those of you who are viewers, you are actually our VIP guests, and we are so thankful that you are here and in your various corners as well, whether it's here on Facebook, whether it's on YouTube, or even right here on the Zoom meeting. You can also comment where you are represented from, so we can also take pride in how far this engagement is going. So please do let us know, or make notes, write down questions that you might have for the panelists as we continue to move. And we are so looking forward to it too. And as I continue, Mema Bato, I want to thank you also for looking at the messages and nudging me if there's anything important that I need to actually look into as well. We are looking forward to that. But it's a dialogue, it's an open dialogue. We'll be discussing, we'll ask questions. The panelists will be the ones responding. Of course, just for order's sake, I'll just be pinpointing the panelists for them to answer. As you can see, some might not have been able to join in, but I'll just point at each one to give the perspective, to give their views. So our panelists, I hope your own pens and papers are ready. As I ask a question, you can make a note down if need be. But because you are industry leaders, you are leaders in your respective organization institutions, I know the answers will be flowing out from you. So I'll start off with the first question. And this one, I know they had drafted a few more, but I believe this is a nice way to set the tone. In this world that is on fire, with all these problems that we are seeing, what does freedom mean for you, for your generation, in your country? What does freedom mean for your generation in this world that is filled of so much tensions, the wars that are sometimes hidden, the conflicts, the uncertainties? What does freedom mean to you? So I'm going to start off once again with you, Katso from Botswana. If you can answer, what does it mean for you? Then we'll move on over to all the other panelists. What does freedom mean for you in the context of this world that is right now on fire with all these issues taking place? That's all?
Yes, thank you so much, Commissioner. So generally for my generation, freedom means having the power and opportunity to just shape our own futures despite the global pressure surrounding us. I loved what Madam Mabutha said about the young people being the leaders of today, not the leaders of tomorrow. So it is the freedom to access like quality education, decent work, and meaningful participation in governance without being limited by economic inequality or systematic barriers that most young people, which I am a part of, are usually having a challenge of. And in my country, Botswana, we have a high statistic of gender-based violence, where it is more than 70%, and our rape levels are high. Almost every minute, a woman gets raped in Botswana, and it's usually a young woman. So, for me, as a young woman in Botswana, I'll speak about freedom being a safe, where I can walk around, where I can get access to justice, where I have the freedom to live in a safe and a peaceful society where I'm not forced to be in survival mode, but confidently pursue my aspirations without any limitation. So, and most importantly, freedom is more to innovate, to challenge outdated norms, and to contribute solutions to national and continental challenges. That is what freedom means to me in a nutshell.
Wow, thank you, thank you. And thank you for also reflecting on what is happening on the ground as well. You see, when you also bringing in these statistics for us to also reflect on, it's bringing in the bigger picture and what was said that sometimes media doesn't cover these things. So thank you for bringing the statistics as well, Kato. We appreciate that. I'm going to move on over to Hara from Malawi. What is freedom to you for your generation in the context of what's taking place within Malawi as well?
Okay. Good morning once again. Thank you so much for the opportunity that I've been given to speak in terms of freedom in my life, in my country. So basically, on my side, as my colleague has already put it, I think some will be more of just extension of what she has already explained. Freedom for me means having a voice. I should be able to voice. You can hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes. I should be able to openly voice the concerns that I have in regards to the governance of the country, in regards to development, social justice, without fear. In democratic spaces, as a young person, I should be able to voice out my concerns in the challenges that I'm faced with as a young person. But also on top of that, being a young person, but also a woman. Because young person can be abroad where girls, boys are also part of it, but I'm also a woman. So as a woman, I should be able to voice out the concerns and the challenges that I have without fear, without being afraid that whatever I will say, maybe positively, may have consequences that will bring fear or will bring negativity upon my life. As a young person, I should be able to have free equal opportunity. The opportunities that others have that are in the same age as I am, I should also be able to tap into those opportunities. In Malawi, right now, you notice that the young people age group is more in comparison to the older generation. But we are already noticing that young people are finding quite a number of challenges to get into, for example, unemployment rate in Malawi right now is high. Even businesses, for those that are coming out, as I'm talking to you right now, yesterday, we had so many people graduating in public universities. We are introducing them to a world, to a corporate world that has no jobs. Employment rate is high. At the end of the day, what transpires is that you find that most young people, they'll end up getting involved into violence activities because opportunities are not there. Spaces have shrinked. The economy right now is already in shambles. So at the end of the day, us as young people, we are asking for a fair share. The opportunities that are there, we also want to tap into them. What are the policies that the government can put in place so that as we're coming out, for example, from universities, even those that are already in the corporate world, what are the opportunities that are waiting for us? What can we create? Innovations that we can push into. I've heard about girls here talking there in STEM. I work for an electricity company, but at the end of the day, are we tapping the young people like us to be part of the corporate world? You'll find that the spaces have already shrinked. And right now, government has already put a closure that no more employment in the civil service because there's no budget for that. So what we're saying is where are young people going to go? Because at the end of the day, the civil service, statutory organizations, companies that belong to government are the major employer. But already we have closed. Where are the young people going to go? And also, young people now, you also have to put in girls. Where are girls going to go? Because they are more challenged also. They are more challenged even in the enclosure of youth. Then I also want to have freedom to be safe and secure. Right now in Malawi, we say Malawi is a peaceful country. But when you analyze properly, you will notice that Malawi is sitting on negative peace. It's not on the green side, it's on the yellow side. Why am I saying this? Because down there, things are happening. Tension is happening. We are sitting on a time bomb that one day, something big, if it's not resolved now, it may erupt. And sitting at this table, you'll find that mostly it involves young people. It also involves women because most women are not part of where decisions are made. So what we want is to be safe and secure because the crime rate in Malawi is high and mostly it also involves young people. They are taking part, but they are also on the receiving end. Then when you talk of women, there's a high rise of women being raped, young people in Malawi. Young people are raped. Is the justice system fair? How long does it take? Because the longer the justice system takes, the higher the rate of women and young people continuing to be raped, but also being at the receiving end of gender-based violence. I also want to have a freedom to shape my future. Education was mentioned here. In Malawi, we have high illiteracy levels of youth, and those being also women. And we are talking of changing the country, changing the world. We want people, youth, to go to school. But at the end of the day, have we examined what is the main problem? Because if we are to make decisions, if we are to engage in meaningful discussions and conversations, youth need to be at the center of being educated. Literacy levels have to be lowered down. That's another challenge that I would want as a youth in Malawi, but also advocating for my fellow youth that should happen. We already have limited spaces in the public universities in Malawi. Then we talk of private universities. Most youth cannot pay because it's very high. What are the policies? What are the initiatives that government can put in place so that everybody is able to access the freedom of education? So basically, I think in a nutshell to this panel, there are a lot of issues that are affecting us.
Wow. Thank you so much, Hara. I think you definitely summarized it. You tried your best, but I can tell there's so much that you want to still give detail and talk context for us. And I know as we go, we'll definitely unpack. I also have questions as you were speaking about what's taking place in the judiciary system. So we'll still unpack on those. I'm going to move on to the next individual right now, our panelist. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Abdul Koma, especially considering the impact that you're making there in Gambia with the youth empowerment. I want to find out from you, this specific question is that as we approach 2030, what do you believe is the single biggest global shift that is shaping the future of young people in your country? So here we are, we're on our way to 2030, fast approaching. But what do you believe is the single biggest global shift that is taking place that is affecting the future of young people in your country? Mr. Abdul Koma, over to you. You are still muted, Mr. Koma. I don't know if you could hear me.
Okay, thank you so very much once again
Thank you.
for this opportunity. I think this is a very timely dialogue. So in Gambia currently we have. Can I do a video or should I just? Oh, can I unmute my video?
You can. It's fine. As long as we can hear you, we are happy. For those who want to see you, you can if you're comfortable.
Okay.
We would love to see him if technology is fine. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
In the Gambia, we have a lot of problems, especially when it comes to equality, youth empowerment. Unemployment is so high in this country, and that of education, right to education. You realize in the country, what I understand by freedom is the ability for everybody to exercise his or her right without fear,
Yes.
without intimidation, without being haunted. That if I speak the truth, I will be hunted and I will be cajoled in prison. So I believe in the Gambia there is huge gap of empowerment, especially when it comes to the side of women in this country. You realize about 57% of the voters, make up of women, 57%. But you realize only 10% of these women are in our parliamentary seats in our country.
Yes.
Only 5% of these parliamentary seats are of women. So which tells you women are absolutely sidelined when it comes to nation participation. And this has really killed the spirit of many women in our societies. And I'm not sure young people of our time, could really participate in a world where there is huge difference of peace. There's huge gaps of economic, problems. Not only that, in the Gambia, you realize there is youth are the lifeblood of any nation. You go to our parliaments, you will see only 5% of these parliamentary seats are held by the people at the age of under the age of 30. So young people are limited in our parliamentary seats. So these are all problems in this country. So for me, what I understand by freedom, that there must be inclusivity. There must be participation. There must be this broader perspective that everybody have a role in development. So in this country, there's a huge difference. Even when it comes to decision making, you realize policy implementation must be inclusive. But when governments are doing policy implementation, there's a limited people that they target, and that is a huge problem for the people of this country. So for freedom to be guaranteed in a world, there must be inclusivity, and peace should be a fundamental pillar in our minds. And this is not only in the Gambia. This has a broader effect in the world. So the economy in this country is really sinking. You understand, Gambia is one of the smallest countries in West Africa. That is why they call it smiling coast. But many will realize, why do they call Gambia the smiling coast of Africa? Many youths are unemployed, limited access to finance, and exclusion from decision makings about the future they want to inherit. Like I always say, the problem of Africa is not the citizens, but it's because of the lack of inclusivity and the leaders. So there can be a solution to all these problems. Why are women not represented in parliament? Why are young people not represented in parliament? This is because they have freedom is seized, and they are not given the huge opportunity to contribute like our elders. So there should be youth support for entrepreneurs with access to finance and mentorship. That is fundamental to the solution, because when we talk about problems, I believe Mapoto Foundation for Women's Development also wants to hear solutions from the global speakers. There should be creative innovation hoops where young people can turn ideas into business, invest in renewable energy. In this renewable energy, I found the Alma Green's renewable energy project, where we are working on empowering university students, turning cow dung into a biogas, working with local government councils, to control waste management, using this waste to control in our domestic homes. So currently, you realize all these things can be used as solutions. Young people learning skills in this country, because we realize the government cannot absolutely employ everybody. So it is a problem. This is really not currently, because Gambia is currently approaching the election time, and there is too much chaos. There is too much fight, misinformation in the media, because everybody wants to be in power. Peace is always fragile when justice and inclusion are missing. So without youth and women at the table, reconciliation remain incomplete. We realized during our former president's time, there was the Truth, Reconciliation and Reparations Commission. There were a lot of testimonies, but still now these perpetrators are not found to be in prison. So where is the recommendations? So you realize there are too much of gaps, criminals running in society. There was so much of crime that we knew happening, and we see criminals working in society. There were this TRRC that we call TRRC that happened in the Gambia during Jammeh's time, because there was too much of atrocity that happened in this country. But there was still no recommendation by the present government. So I believe there should be establishment of youth councils to advise government on conflict prevention and reconciliation, not based on nepotism, but based on the development of our nation. There should be promotion of arts, literature, and dialogue forums to heal divisions and foster tolerance, because tolerance is very important. That is the only way we can accommodate each other in a particular stage. Reconciliation, we should learn from South Africa. The Truth and Reconciliation legacy, applying these lessons to strengthen justice and inclusion. So I believe this thing is absolutely is a broader perspective the world is facing. But I believe at the Gambian context, there is too much of disparity, youth and unemployment, and that of sideline of young people in development. And this can be harnessed by broader participation, innovation, and of course by giving freedom, not as an option, but an obligation to every young man in Africa and the Gambia at large. Thank you so very much.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Koma. We appreciate that feedback and the lived experiences that you're also bringing on board for us to hear what solutions are being brought on in Gambia, what are also these innovative ideas that are in place that might be overlooked but are there. So we are getting there. I think we are all getting riled up and excited right now to continue this engagement. I'm going to move on over to Miss Dina Asi, the youth advisory from Palestine. I'm so excited to hear from you as well, Miss Dina. We want to find out, what does freedom mean for you and your country, for your generation? Over to you, Miss Dina Asi.
Yes. Hello once again.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you asked about the meaning of freedom.
Yes.
When the world asks me about the meaning of freedom, I find myself facing a painful paradox. I speak to you from Gaza, where the word freedom today is almost frightening in its rarity. We are living quite literally the very opposite of freedom. We are a generation deprived of even the most basic ability to choose, living in a reality imposed on us for years now, like in intensified to the point where the very foundation of life are nearly absent. Yet, amid this comprehensive siege on your bodies and resources, we have discovered the one kind of a freedom that no power, no, sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry, yeah.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, like what I said, we have discovered the one kind of freedom that no power in the world can take away. Our freedom to choose how we use our minds, the freedom to choose
Yes.
to survive and persist despite the absence of resources, to choose to create amidst the rebel despite scarcity, the freedom for the mind to remain free, to think and to plan for the future. Even while we are physically confined, it is our choice to carry our voice to the world, to search for even like the weakest internet signal, just to tell you that we still possess minds capable of giving, creating, and innovating. Today, our freedom lies, in the very act of resilience itself. We may not have the power to choose our reality, but we hold with full strength the power to choose not to be defeated from within. For my generation, freedom is no longer merely a political concept or a slogan to be raised. It has come to mean the ability to determine our own destiny in a world that seeks to confine our choices. So, yes, this is the meaning for this word. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Dina, for that powerful update. And once again, it's lived experiences that are speaking here. Those who are in the firing lines are here giving us input and feedback. Hence, for us, Memabatu, I think this is part one. We will need more sessions, please. We will need another round to discuss and unpack more, because this, for me, it's setting a major tone. It's nudging me to realize that there's so much taking place. Let us not take for granted what is taking place in our own countries, and what other solutions can we bring that step outside of the borders as well, ensuring that we are speaking the truth, we are speaking people's experiences that are out there, and we are ensuring that when we do address matters, we are all not just trying to be politically aligned. We're not just trying to use the right terms, but we are speaking with one heart, and that is the heart of wanting peace. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to quickly move on over to Tulufelo Masego. I'll ask you as well the same question. What does freedom mean for you? You are based in Tshwane, South Africa. Over to you, Tulufelo. Tulu, your mic is still unmuted. There we go.
I'm sorry, I'm having a bit of network issues at the time. Freedom to me as a young person in South Africa means complete economic emancipation. It means living in a world where education is free. It means economic power not being an illusion. True freedom means access to land, education, jobs. It means liberation from exploitation. It means lack of poverty or gender-based violence. Speaking of gender-based violence, as young people, we experience high rate of gender-based violence. Last year, it still shocks me that young people had to rally in the streets of South Africa for the government to see how important and how bad gender-based violence has been in South Africa. So again, freedom for me as a young person means economic emancipation. It means that we as young people get to go to school for free. The government should also look into possibly making education free. It means that as young people, education is not only a tool to get a job. It should be known that it also means that young people can start their own businesses. Young people can decrease the rate of unemployment that we're currently experiencing. As a young woman who lives in a township, I see that as young people, most of them drop out of school because they see their neighbors, their sisters, their family basically unemployed, but who have master's degrees, but they can't even get a stable job. So that makes them wonder is it even worth it? Or why am I even wasting my time going to school if I'll end up just like someone who didn't go to school, someone who's perceived as unemployable? So it's important that education is made free so that we can in life, so that we can turn our own country into a better country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tulufela. The power of knowledge, the power of information is very key. And we know when you're saying free education, it's so sad because there are free courses online, and yet they come back and say, no, they're not credited here. No, we do not acknowledge them here in South Africa. So you see how the system in itself at times is designed to keep caging those who are trying to bring that peace, who are trying to bring that change. So thank you so much for that input, Tulufelo. We appreciate you so much. And we are hoping that we'll continue bringing more change. And I'm so grateful because I'm seeing consistent pattern from the panelists. It's like you all sat down in one room and said, we're going to say this today. It's about the voice to express yourself. In Africa and beyond, we need to be able to ensure that our leaders understand, because most of our countries have so much potential, but it's those managing the resources that we are actually uncomfortable or unsure of. So let's continue. Let's dive deeper. I see Ms. Farida Ali from Kenya. You are here. You have joined us. I'm gonna go straight to you and also ask you the same question, Farida Ali, which is, what does freedom mean for you in your own generation, and especially in Kenya as well? We had done our introductory rounds. Unfortunately, you're not here there, but please just dive straight in, Farida. What does freedom mean for you? Over to you, Farida. Farida, you are still muted. I don't know if you can click unmute. There we go.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone from wherever you're joining. I'm so sorry for joining in late, but I've been following the conversation. It's really interesting. Just to build up on what the previous speaker has shared on what freedom is. To me, freedom is not just the absence of restrictions, I mean. It's the presence of opportunities, she was speaking about, let's say, access to education. How are we accessing this education? The dignity, the voices of people being heard when it comes to these systems being prepared. And I've come to understand that freedom is really layered. On one level, it's about being able to speak, to organize, to exist without fear. But for many young people like myself, especially in our context, borrowing from the recent events that have been happening in Kenya, you've seen in Tanzania, the protest and everything. Freedom goes beyond that. It actually goes beyond just speaking and organizing and existing with fear. It's about whether you can access education, as mentioned. And when we speak about education in our context, education that considers our realities, we cannot compare ourselves to countries that have been there before us. Right now is when many of the African countries have embraced online learning or distance learning. So when we are speaking about education being inaccessible, but then education being accessible in online platforms, let's look at our realities. Access to electricities, affordability of digital devices that enable us to access this education in itself. Do we even have access to stable internet where we can access this online education that we are speaking about, leave alone the physical one that we have already seen? There are very many challenges. And as a country, we've seen countries saying that they have free education, but when you go to the math and what the parents have to cater for, you keep wondering, is the education really free? And then just apart from education, whether you can find meaningful work as a young person, that's also freedom. And whether your environment allows you to dream and actually pursue those dreams. We have very many graduates, especially in Africa generally, and whatever they studied in school is not what they're practicing. There's a trend that is going on right now on TikTok where young people are sharing a video of what they're doing, but then they have a caption on it. My name is Farida. I am 27 years old. I have a bachelor's degree in what? But this is what I do in reality. And it is sad that you see young people on the streets of market selling products. Yet when you go deeper, this is an engineer, a graduate, And so for me, it's just not on the top layer of how we look at it from expression, but freedom is deeply tied to fairness. It is difficult to feel free in a system where opportunities are unequal, where your background determines your outcome, or where your voice is heard, but it's not acted upon. So to wrap up this is that freedom is just the ability to influence the systems that actually shape your life and not just adapt to them. Yeah, thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Farida. You came in guns blazing and we are so happy. Thank you so much for that input. And I love this keyword that you also added and said, dignity. We need to ensure that in as much as we are hoping to be a voice to access these opportunities, is there dignity attached to it? Thank you for also mentioning the TikTok challenge that is taking place as well right now by the youth. And we are getting there with innovation, with technology. What are we using our internet for? All of these factors are very key. Someone said, if my qualification or certification is not going to get me a job, maybe my business certificate will get me an opportunity. But even there, we see there's no fairness for the youth to get involved because of all the red tapes. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. I'm excited. This is the conversation we were so hungry for. I'm gonna look at. I see Hamadi, you are here. I'm going to go over to you, please, and find out from you as well. What does freedom mean for you in your area, in your generation? What is freedom? Over to you, Hama. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I am Hamadi. I am from Western Sahara. I am representing the WESARIO, Sahrawi Student Union. So, talking about freedom for me is I think it's very similar than our colleague from Palestine, because we in Western Sahara, we are under occupation, unfortunately, about occupation by the African also country, Morocco. So for me as young person from Western Sahara, freedom remaining is not known and also for many of my generation, freedom remain an unfinished process of decolonization. And it's not about expanding civic space, unfortunately, but about releasing fundamental rights are still denied, particularly the right of self-determination in accordance with the international legality. So also for in our country, the people are divided in three parts, major parts: in a refugee camp in Algeria. The generation have grow up in a condition that of displacement and with limited opportunity and continuous sense of uncertainty. And in the occupied territory under occupation of Morocco, the young people face strict civic space, unfortunately, and where the expression and the identity are often constrained. And in the diaspora, youth navigate complex really question of belong, will remain connecting to the homeland. In this context, we as Sahrawi, we consider the Sahrawi Arab Republic represent not only the political aspiration but the framework for dignity, sovereignty, and collective dignity. So, for us, unfortunately, in Western Sahara, we talk about decolonization, not only the freedom of education and the freedom of other things that is very important, but when we talk about freedom, we talk about the base right of anyone to self-determination and the choice their destiny, and also facing this occupation and facing the dying of the main right of the people. I think.
Wow, thank you so much, Ahmad. We really appreciate that feedback, and the decolonization is, I think, a big topic that we need to look at. And you said something here, that not just expanding space, but the rights, and it's once again, collective dignity is very key. Freedom is such a broad term, and we are learning from everyone's perspective here. Thank you so much for your input. I'm going to move on to the next panelist, and that is Ukanyisa from T2 South Africa. We want to hear from you as well. I believe you might be one of the youngest here. So we want to hear from you. What does freedom mean for you as well in the area that you are in here in South Africa? Over to you, Kanyisa.
No, thank you so much. For sure, I am the youngest, as I'm 19 years old.
Oh.
Yes. So, what freedom means for my generation today, it's the power of a right to act, speak, or think without external factors hindering them or giving them fear of not speaking out or thinking out loud or giving or participating in opportunities. It is also no longer just a political, but it's deeply economic, social, and digital. But for our generation, especially in South Africa, it seems to be more social and digital, as the young people seemingly engage in social and digital things. Meaning that the youth now has the freedom to access created and available opportunities, meaning that the youth should not be limited when it comes to employment. The youth should not be scared to go to varsities to further their studies so that they can be employed. The youth also, what my fellow South African Tulufuelo mentioned, that to say that the youth should be able to grab opportunities which help them to create their own businesses, not only depend on the employment that comes with the economy, meaning that everyone should be safe from the GBV and all the bad things that are occurring each and every day in our country, to be heard, to say that if we want justice now, justice should be served. We should not live in fear, to say that the system today does not encourage justice. The system does not serve justice. The system is not fair to each and everyone living in South Africa. To also shape the decisions affecting our lives, to say that tomorrow we should not be affected by the decisions that are taken today for tomorrow and also the near future, but the decisions as we are heading towards 2030, the decisions should be shaping us to a greater economic and social digital better things for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kanyisa, for that input as well. You know, the power to be able to choose, you know, Ms. Dina also made that comment, is such a power move. Being able to know and understand that your voice is bringing impact and a change, that right there is life-changing. And I think for us, as we are discussing here, we are realizing that, hence I'm saying, you know what, we might have felt, no, it's just my country going through this suffering. It's just me. But now we realize and we are learning that, no, it's broader. Others, our neighbors, our sisters, our brothers are going through similar issues. So if we are all thinking of and facing the same problems, yet we all have the same solutions in mind, how do we implement? When do we implement it? That's why we're having these discussions. I'm going to move on over to Marula Amiri. I don't know if you are able to give us an answer now. You had asked to wait until the end to give us a feedback. Would you like to answer now as well as to what freedom is for you?
Are you ready? Mahula? Please wait us.
Okay, must I go to the next person? Ludmila?
Yeah, so we will next. Yeah, I'm with Mahula.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe just to indicate, because Makula needs translation. Now that he's introduced himself in the presentation, she will be assisting him for translation. So yeah, go ahead.
Assistant, yeah, and translate.
No, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. As long as you are ready, you let us know in the comment section as well. Okay, Ludmila?
Yeah, we are next. Yeah. Next.
Okay, you can go. You can translate. So remember the question, just for him to understand, is what is freedom for him? What is freedom for him and his country in this generation that we are in? What does freedom mean?
Махрула, вы меня слышите? Just a moment.
Okay.
Okay, I will translate Mahrula's speech in English.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I intervene, Yurika?
Yes, Ma'am, I think they're about to start. Yes.
Yeah, we can
I
start.
wanted to intervene. Did Marula introduce himself?
Yeah, but he didn't.
I think
maybe.
Yes, I think he did.
Yes.
So now you are asking the question with regards to the piece. This is what
Yes.
you're looking for now.
Yeah.
Yes. She's answering. Yes. Okay.
To talk about Afghanistan. Afghanistan faces poverty, lack of investment, and limited opportunity.
Людмила, можно вас перебиваю?
Sorry, Mahrula. Okay. Mahrula will speak Russian, and after his speech, I will translate in English.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
yes, please.
Да, пожалуйста, Махрила.
Ага, секундочку, пожалуйста, я сориентирую.
Вы можете камеру включить, если вам удобно.
Не могу камеру, но давайте без камер.
Окей.
Секундочку.
Just a moment, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Problems.
Don't worry, the tech problems are everywhere. Don't worry.
Вы готовы, Махрила?
Да, я... Секундочку, вот я начну.
Да.
Не знаю, просто вот в начале, давайте, у меня просто есть английский, если начну, но просто боюсь, как-то не сильно перепутать. Здравствуйте, уважаемые организаторы. Я очень рад вас всех приветствовать. Я Махрула Амири, действующий студент Российского университета дружбы народов. Учусь на международных отношениях. Я из Афганистана. Уже 4 года живу и учусь в России. Можете, пожалуйста, это приводить сразу? Я продолжаю. Что мы приветствуете.
Hello, dear speakers, dear organizers. I'm Mahrula Amiri. I'm a student from Russian University RUDN, from faculty International Relationships, and I live in Moscow during 4 years. Да, продолжайте.
Ага. Дальше. Афганистан страна со слабой экономикой. Страна, у которой есть много возможностей в экономике. Она всегда готова в разных сферах со всеми странами сотрудничать. Мы очень желаем, чтобы у нас будут отношения со всеми странами, чтобы развиваться во всех сферах. Именно экономические отношения со всеми странами. Конечно, мы имеем, есть возможности разные, но, к сожалению, могу сказать, что есть проблемы внутренние, которые мешают развивать Афганистану. Людмила, я вот немножко своими словами тоже скажу, если что-то есть какие-то важные, вы можете заметить, я зафиксировать, и с текста я читаю своими словами. Спасибо вам большое. Дальше. Безопасность, мир и безопасность. Конечно, люди Афганистана всегда они за мир, за то, чтобы они хорошо жили, помогали друг другу, безопасно жили. Никогда внутри Афганистана у нас никогда между собой никаких конфликтов не было. У тебя какая религия, у тебя ты шия, там ты хазара, ты суннит и так далее. Таких проблем нет. Только есть, которые другие страны мешают, поставляют перед нами разные проблемы. Именно из-за этого есть это принесет небезопасности и мир в Афганистане. Далее, конечно, люди Афганистана с 2000 года по 2021 года мы жили в демократии, когда у нас появилось парламенты, государство, законы, все там у нас развивалось в течение, после разводов талибов и так далее, Афганистан хорошо развивался, очень хорошо страна, которая всегда находилась в проблемах и так далее, а потом мы однажды вошли в демократию, к большому сожалению, а потом были разные там ненависти по отношению к Афганистану и так далее, именно начиная с нашими соседями, а потом мы перешли к такому, плохому там времени жизни. Сейчас в Афганистане люди в Афганистане живут в очень трудной ситуации, потому что нет нормальных демократий. Дальше демократия, не демократия говорил, климат и окружающая среда. Ну, у Афганистана есть прекрасная природа, поэтому много туристов всегда приезжают в Афганистан, потому что у нас есть разные возможности, хорошие погоды. Конечно, когда нет экономики, нет мира, нет демократии и так далее, никто не думает об климате, окружающей среде и так далее. Конечно, мы всегда рады, у нас есть, что касается дипломатов и так далее, всегда мы рады, готовы, опять же, сотрудничать со всеми странами. Именно благодаря международным отношениям мы можем просто сотрудничать с разными странами, чтобы развивать Афганистан. Это для нас очень важно, и мы всегда этого хотим. И то, что социальный справедливость. Ну, конечно, в Афганистане есть очень много хороших рабочих рук, есть много, все готовы работать, развивать Афганистан. К сожалению, для них есть очень мало возможностей. Никто не строит какие-то там компании хорошие, чтобы люди работали и так далее. Поэтому Афганистан идет очень, не развивается, нет возможности, чтобы работать. А так есть много людей, которые хотят работать за очень маленькую зарплату. К сожалению, нет возможности. Поэтому люди, без работы остались. И что касается вот этот, войны и так далее, это очень плохо, что люди в Афганистане, они между собой не могут договориться и так далее. Но это все равно, это мы между собой всегда готовы дружить, помогать друг другу, чтобы всегда мы жили хорошо и так далее между собой. Но, к сожалению, в великом державам, популярной стране, которые им выгодно, когда не будет мир и безопасность в Афганистане, они делают так, чтобы мы не могли между собой договориться. Есть такие моменты тоже. Ну, что касается искусственного интеллекта, конечно, на данный момент, все думают об этом, играет важную роль. В современном времени, к сожалению, таких возможностей нету. У нас есть, Людмила, подчеркивайте, пожалуйста, такой важный момент. Вот сейчас в Афганистане многие там школьников и так далее, они не могут читать одну фразу, если даже они читают обычную фразу, они не могут приводить, приваривать, что за фраза. Почему? Потому что нет условий, чтобы хорошо развиваться. Потому что нет стабильности, нет возможности. Никто не сосредоточен на них. Ни государство, ни там какие-то министры, там, органы и так далее, никто об этом не думает. Очень плохо, что есть люди, там, никто их не обучает, ничему. Они не могут читать обычную фразу. Если они даже читают, они не могут понимать, что за фраза, потому что они не могут хорошо ходить в школу. Это очень важно. Я очень переживаю за это. Мне очень плохо, если честно. Про бедности Афганистана знаем, Афганистан выходит в 5-10 самых бедных стран мира. Это очень плохо, хотя у нас есть очень много возможностей, минералы и так далее. Там золото, изумруд, и там разные там железные дороги и так далее. Но никто, с любовью и так далее не, как это сказать, не выкладывают деньги в Афганистан. От Афганистана берут из разных городов очень-очень много денег каждый день. Но там ты не можешь найти одного моста. Там все люди плохо ходят через реку и так далее. Там много денег, но никто не выкладывает туда деньги. Это, кто могу сказать, тут виноват? Конечно, государство. Государство должно контролировать всех. Пожалуйста, это тоже важно. И что у нас в последнем, если тоже скажите долго, но вот такие есть вещи, надо сказать. Роль молодых в политике и международных отношения, конечно, они играют очень важную роль. Еще раз хочу это тоже сказать, что в Афганистане есть очень много талантливых людей, которые могут контролировать Афганистан и так далее, но им никто не дает возможность, чтобы они контролировали. Есть кто-то появится умный и там хороший, там любит страну, но его там сразу делают так, чтобы, ну, как это, его уничтожат, короче. Вот есть такие моменты. И, конечно, мы уважаем все другие страны. Конечно, многие страны к нам хорошо относятся, мы им очень благодарны, нас любят, мы тоже их любим, нас уважают, мы тоже их уважаем. И я на этом могу закончить. Огромное спасибо, что приглашали. Это у меня первое такое, ну, выступление, самое первое. Никогда я не выступал именно в таких форматах. Огромное спасибо. Конечно, мы готовы сотрудничать с вами во всех сферах, чтобы мы могли развивать, помогать друг другу. Это все очень важно. Спасибо за внимание и понимание.
Can I translate? Mahula is finished.
Yes, you can. You'll just, and I noted a few because I was using my translator here as well. So you'll also just be cautious of time as well, okay?
Yeah.
But please do translate. Thank you. Thank you so much, Amir. Thank you for those key data and inputs that you also gave. Thank you. Wow. But yes, please translate. I was using technology this side.
Yeah, Afghanistan faces poverty, lack of investment, and limited job opportunities. Many young people are unemployed, and due to the weak economy, innovation and technological progress move slowly. And I know young people from Afghanistan who has high education, but they are jobless because only trade, no job for them. They are very clever, they are very hospitality people, but no job for them and no visa for another countries. And no tourist visa, no business visa, no education visa. People need support in business, education, and technologies. Yes. Years of war and instability have deprived the people of Afghanistan of a peaceful life. Many families have suffered, and insecurity negatively affects education. Really, Mahrullah said about children who can't read
Yes.
because it's a problem for their education. And the future, and this is a problem for the future of young people. The people of Afghanistan was a transparent, fair, and accountable government. Weak management, corruption, and limited public participation are among the country's major challenges. Drought, water shortages, pollution, and deforestation are serious problems in Afghanistan. Climate change has made life more difficult for farmers and ordinary citizens. From Mahrullah, he said people in Afghanistan don't think about climate and environment because they have their own problems with education, with life, and other problems. That's why they don't think about climate. Many people, especially women, children, and poor families, don't have equal access to rights and opportunities. Social justice means that everyone should have access to education, employment, and a better life. Afghanistan needs good relations with countries around the world for development. International cooperation can support the economy, education, security, and humanitarian assistance. And I can say from myself, yes, that people from Afghanistan very crazy hospitality, really crazy hospitality. I saw Iraq, I saw Iran, but people from Afghanistan are really very hospitality people. Young people in Afghanistan face a shortage of job opportunities. Many are forced to migrate or cannot build a bright future for themselves. Long-term wars have caused destruction, poverty, migration, and psychological and social problems for the population. Women and children have suffered the most. The world is moving toward technology and artificial intelligence, but Afghanistan still has limited access to modern technology and education. Investing in young education can help use technology for the country's development. And this question for government of Afghanistan, sure. And for in other countries who didn't give visa for students from Afghanistan, because I think they are very clever and very clever and very interesting young people. A large part of Afghanistan's population lives below the poverty line. The huge gap between the rich and the poor, along with the lack of basic opportunities, makes life difficult for people. Young people are an important force for change in Afghanistan. If they are given opportunities for education and participation, they can play a major role in building a better future, peace, and strong international relations. But from my side, I can say that I wear national Afghani jacket. Very beautiful, I think so. And first word in Farsi that I know was Azadi. Azadi means freedom. And I wish freedom for all people in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that overview and for trying to summarize as much as he could. As I was doing the translation, I liked how there's keywords he used, that we need quality education as much as we need quality of life. So thank you so much for that view, Amir. We really appreciate your input and the technicalities that you brought in to ensure that we're able to understand what is happening outside of where you might be. Yes, you might have had another opportunity, but we thank you for your commitment as well. I see your hand is up as well. I don't know if you want to say other thing before we move on over to presentations that will be done by Kato and Dambiwe Hara. We're going to move on over to presentation, but before I see his hand is up. Ludmila, do you want to hear from him?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
I see Amir's hand is up. Does he want to say anything?
Махрула wants to say
Да,
something.
можно я что-то хочу в конце сказать? Я хотел выразить слово благодарность организаторам за то, что они слушают молодых людей. Это очень ценно и важно для меня, то, что они тратят время, слушают всех и помогают и так далее. Это для меня очень важно. Скажите огромное вам спасибо. Для меня это очень важно. Не то, что я просто выступаю, может быть хорошо, а может быть нет, но я так выступаю, как могу, но я очень сильно вам благодарен. И отдельно еще слово благодарность вам, Людмила, за то, что меня приглашали. Тоже я вам тоже очень сильно благодарен. Скажите им спасибо, так продолжайте. У вас все хорошо будет, еще будет прекрасно.
He wanted to say for all us, for organizers, for all people who listen us, thank you very much from all his heart, from all his soul, because it's very important to be here now, to be here for all you. About Afghanistan, about life Afghanistan, about young people in Afghanistan. It's very important for Mahrullah and for me too. Because I like Afghanistan, I like people from Afghanistan, and it's very important for all us.
Yes, yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Amir. We appreciate you as well and your feedback. Thank you so much, Ludmila. Thank you very much. All right, Katso, I see your message that your device might go off. It's okay. We will be monitoring, but I believe between, let me just quickly check. Memabatso had mentioned that there are two presentations that we'll get between Katso and Hara Damira. So, Katso, I don't know if you want to give your presentation. Do you have a presentation prepared for us before you are cut off because of electricity? Or any closing words you want to say before you might be cut off? Katso?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add
Katso, you're on mute. I think you pressed mute on by mistake. Please unmute, Katso.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to highlight that based on this first round of conversation and contribution from the different speakers around the world, is that I think one thing that can be beneficial to us as young people, being a majority in population, because whatever decisions that our governments make, it's either we get to benefit the most or we get to be the most affected. I wanted to challenge ourselves and also our government for affirmative action, because for a long time we have these conversations, we have been trying to raise awareness, we have been training young people, but at the end of the day, we need political will and we need affirmative action. Affirmative action, whether it's in the form of a quota, affirmative action, whether it's in the form of, agreements that governments sign to sort of cushion or assist young people and young women particularly, which are also the majority in numbers, because that way it is much easier to have measurable impact where we can know to say that, okay, fine, in South Africa 30% maybe 30% quota is reserved for young people to sit in a decision-making body, whether it's in a board, whether it's in a political office, whether it's in political parties, whether it's in parastatals, so that our voices are clearly heard. And I know that South Africa has done very well politically in this because of the type of electoral system that they use, and countries like Rwanda as well, and countries like Kenya too. But what I'm saying is that, and also even the recruitment process, may it not be a tokenism kind of thing. May we make sure that we just don't say, Gaso is there as a young person in the board so that we fit the criteria, but may they also be offered or ushered the same authority to make decisions, because that way if there is political will, it makes civil societies work easier, it makes academia work easier, it makes the business community work easier, because at the end of the day, what equalizes us is laws and policies, no matter which sector you are in, no matter what level of advocacy you are. It is quotas, it is laws and policies which come as bills which are made from parliament. So what I'm trying to buttress is that is the most important and core part of this. Otherwise, we will keep speaking and speaking, and it will not be much beneficial, because young people, young women, people with disabilities, and all marginalized communities, minority, majority groups, they all need to be equally represented at decision-making levels. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Kato, for that powerful insight. And just also, you are confirming what was said by, I believe it was Hama, where he said we don't need just to expand more spaces anymore. We want peace, we want freedom to be able to express ourselves. And even Abdul Koma also said the voices must be heard. It was emphasized by most of the panelists, actually, that our voices must be heard. There must be an impact that is made, and being able to walk freely, as was said as well for you in your own area as well, Katsu. So thank you so much. All right, Memabato?
Before we lose Katso, can everyone open their camera so that we can take a group photo, and then you'll continue the panel?
Thank you. So everyone, please, your videos must be open. We are going to take a photo, a group photo. We are all here, yes. Thank you. All your videos, please. Your lovely faces.
Thank you. I hope
thank
everyone.
you.
Yes, we thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Memabato. You always make it so special for us when we are here. Thank you very much. All right, Katso, considering your devices, if you are going to log off, we'll also just note that. But if you are coming back later on, then we'll continue the discussions. But right now, I'm going to hand over to Dumbiwa Hara, please. I know you say you don't have a presentation, but your own overview as well, please. We'd appreciate that from your side. Remember, she is representing leadership and based in Malawi. She's the Aulin Youth Caucus leader that side for Malawi. Over to you, my sister Hara.
Thank you so much once again. I think we've learned so much. We've deliberated quite a number of issues from the time we started, I think, across the globe. So we are learning a lot. I think I'm not going to take much of your time. I just wanted us to draw our attention to issues of conflict and peace. There is a confusion between conflict and war.
Yes.
It can blossom and then it becomes wars. But then as we are talking here, we are learning from one another. There's one thing that I wanted to center much of my attention on, especially for youth and then also women as well. We've talked about this for a long time, that we say nothing for us without us.
Yes.
So, yes. So this one, it can link to either youth or women as well. Because if decisions are made on the table where we are not present, definitely our challenges will not be put on the table so that we get solutions for them. I'm going to give a lesson that we've learned from Rwanda. Yes. Rwanda has shown us that peace is not just the absence of war, but it is the presence of justice, inclusion, but also trust in institutions. Accountability is very important. Most countries, we've set up institutions, like in my country, we have Anti-Corruption Bureau. But at the end of the day, if we take and we analyze, are they really delivering what they promised us? Are they really delivering what is in the laws, in the constitution? Then we go back, because one key lesson is important, that early interventions in issues to do with conflict are very important, where we also engage. Inclusivity is very important. The youth have to be involved where there are conflict, whether in a community setup, whether at a national, regional, or international, there has to be inclusivity. Why? Because conflicts are not only for those that have egos, they are fighting about whatever they are fighting about, but it also concerns other people. It also impacts negatively or positively on the large masses. So in the large masses, we have youth, we have women, we have children, we have other vulnerable groups as well. So relating it to Malawi in terms of conflict, earlier on, I had mentioned that in Malawi, we are not on the green continent. We are sitting at the yellow, because there is a negative tension that is there. There are a lot of things that are happening. People are just sweeping them under the carpet, and they don't get the agency of resolution that it deserves.
Yes.
Which at the end of the day, I believe that issues are supposed to be discussed and then they are resolved. Because at the end of the day, people wait, when the time for us to vote comes, we'll take out this government and put in another government. But these issues are not resolved, especially in terms of the youth. Yes, we need to strengthen the communities. We need to invest in inclusive development, ensuring that young people and women are part of decision-making processes. Peace building must be localized, where traditional leaders are part of it, so that justice is saved. Because the longer we take to deliver justice, the more oppressed, the marginalized, especially the youth and the women, they face. Faith institutions should also be part of this, because remember, at the end of the day, when everything is done, we also go back there. They are the same people. We are rotating from all circles. So they also need to be involved. Community structures that have been set up, like in my country, we have community structures like area development committees. These ones, they house local leaders from different groups. These should also be involved so that tension is eased. Currently, as I already mentioned, that I'm working as a social and gender specialist for an electricity company in my house. So as of last week, we were going in the villages. We had meetings there. We were trying to introduce an infrastructure development project. There were some things that I noted that I even spoke about. When you go to meetings like this, you need to have a gender lens, first of all. It has to be there. When I met these groups, you notice that the representation of women and youth is low. There are more men in these groups, in these committees, than women. Yes, in some committees, you'll find that there's a balance. But at the end of the day, what matters is the decision making. Because I would analyze, I would look at them, who is talking? They are saying the chairperson is a woman, but at the end of the day, who is talking is a secretary who is a man. So we need to have policies that encourages youth. We need to put deliberate channels where youth and women are also encouraged to speak about the challenges that are facing. Because at the end of the day, if they are not provided with a chance to speak, it provides this conflict that it builds up and builds up and builds up. If it's not resolved, it becomes something big that at the end of the day, we fail to control. We've talked about issues about gender-based violence. In Malawi, it's big. It is very big. Yes, We've had initiatives that awareness campaigns have been done. People have been trained, but still more. It is there. Why? Because of the same issues that we talk about, culture, religion, patriarchy, and all that. But then at the end of the day, what we need is inclusivity. Let's include them. Let's hear the youth's voices. Let's hear the women's voices, the girls' voices. What are their voices? Let's put it on the table. And then we include it to whatever solutions the government is trying to put in place. So, in terms of the youth, what are the roles that we need to play in terms of issues to do with conflicts, peace? Because at the end of the day, in campuses like in universities in Malawi, we have youth, whether girls, whether boys, they need to be at the center of peer-to-peer awareness. They should peer-to-peer education. They should make sure that there are no non-violence in their campuses, but also they should respect one another. They should challenge harmful gender norms and stereotypes because it is there. And it is even huge in campuses. They should use digital platforms responsibly because they are the same people that may also perpetuate violence. In the way we use the digital platforms, it also matters because the youth are the ones that are mostly actively in use of digital platforms. So this age group that is huge, even in my country, but also in other countries, they should not use digital platforms for hate speech, misinformation. Yeah. They should be leaders that are promoting peace, not violent acts.
Yes.
They should be engaged in leadership and community initiatives. The youth can act as ambassadors within our community structures. Be there, talk together with the local leaders, so that they make sure that peace exists. And also, as we are approaching, because we are drawing this from the SDG 16,
yes,
issues to do with peace is being drawn from Sustainable Development Goal 16, where we are talking of peace, justice, and strong structures. So, as we are approaching 2030, I think we've already talked about this, that if we are taking a stock, what have we done better? What have we not done better? Are we sure we're going to meet the targets? Memma Battle spoke about it, that we have a long way to go. Even 2030, even 2063, the agenda for African Union, we still have a long way to go. But still more, we need to take a stock on what we've done better and what we need to improve as we move closer to 2030. So for the youth, actively to be involved in policy formulation, they need to have to sit on that table. Because if they don't sit on that table and be actively involved in formulation of policies, but also lobby for policies that have positive impacts for them, they should hold people in positions accountable. It's high time we hold people that are in high positions accountable, because at the end of the day, this becomes a vicious cycle. We're just talking about it each and every day, but are things changing? What are we doing as youth? What are we doing as women? Are we keeping silent? Are we the ones that are also perpetuating the violence that is happening? Or we are taking a step ahead and making sure that there are positive impacts within our communities, within our nations, within our regional setups, but also internationally. So they should also, we should also leverage on the innovations, the technology, and the research to influence peace strategies. So youth voices should not be symbolic. It's no longer about, I have a passion to make sure that there's no conflict in my country. No, take steps. Within your community, take steps. Participate and make sure that the steps that you take, the small steps that we take, it will turn into something big as we move along. But if we keep silent, then we are not going to see any change. I'm happy to see that there are so many youth in the world that are taking steps in making sure that there's change, policies, awareness in issues to do with violence, and so many things. But at the end of the day, have we done enough? What other things can we add? What other things can we remove? So that at the end of the day, these meetings that we are having, this dialogue that we are having, it should not just be an issue of we had a meeting, we had a dialogue, we discussed this. But what are the
Yes.
changes that are happening in our communities?
Mm.
Because where you are even working, for example, myself, where I'm working, when I work in the communities and I talk about gender-based violence, I talk about gender equality, I talk about issues to do with grievances, because grievances is another issue of conflict. If it's not resolved, it becomes difficult for implementers of projects to implement their projects.
Yes.
You need to include, voices need to be held. So when I'm part of that, I'm participating. I'm sending a message which at the end
Yes.
of the day, though it is at local level, it is contributing to the agenda because it is changing lives. So as long as it is changing lives at national level, it is recorded. It doesn't mean that we should only sit in international meetings. No, we start small in our communities. When we speak up, the voice is held, people take it, and then we start growing and growing.
Yes.
I was encouraging some women that, do you see me standing in front of you? I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking to men as well. But at the end of the day, you find that some women, they even refuse leadership. So I was like, don't refuse leadership.
Yes.
Don't refuse to take part in actively being involved in championing non-harmful acts in your communities. Because we
Yes.
are all
Yes.
learning. At the end of the day, when they tell me to be a chairperson, maybe in church, I say, I grab it, give it to me. In my work spaces, I grab it. In my community, I grab it. Why? Because I'm learning. I know that I don't know, but I say, those ones that were there once, how did they learn? I'm also going to learn. I'll follow in their steps. That's why we are talking about intergenerational. We need to learn from those that were there.
Yes.
Because one day they will not be there, it will be us. And some will also be learning from us. So if some people are also looking up to us that one day we'll learn from them, let's take a center stage. Let's take a step forward so that when we take a step forward, we should be able to educate, but also we should be able to raise awareness of harmful acts, but also build on those things that are also good. So for youth and women, we have a lot to do. But I'll end with this because I know that there are a lot of speakers that are here in terms of peace. Peace is not just the absence of conflict. It is the presence of justice, inclusion, and trust. And that is exactly what SDG 16 calls us to do as we're drawing closer to 2030. So as I earlier said that whatever discussions are happening on the tables, women, youth should not be left behind because you're not going to do anything for us without us. We want to have a cake, a seat on that table so that we are held and our challenges are put on the table and then solutions should be brought for those challenges. Ending with this keynote, I submit and thank you so much.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hara. Thank you so much, Lindiwa. We really appreciate that feedback, especially when it's from someone who had to challenge the norms, challenge sometimes we go into communities and we are told, no, you're a woman, what can you tell me? You are just like me. What can you tell me? I'm used to hearing the voice of a man being the one. So it's very key for us to acknowledge some of this feedback and data that we're getting to show you that we might be sitting as commissioners, as as keynote address speakers, but we had to break our comfort zones as well. We had to step out of the norm. It was not comfortable. Some people undermined us, but at the end of the day, we are here and we're making an impact and we're making a change, we're making a difference. And that is what is important, especially for us as youth. We know for us growing up, it's all about who's popular, who's liked, who's preferred. But once you are in this space and you know it's about making a difference, it doesn't matter who is clapping hands for you or who isn't. At the end of the day, we must make an input. And I'm grateful because, Hara, you just mentioned that nothing for us without us. We need to be able to be contributors, not just contributors, but the ones also who are implementing these amazing things that are great on paper. After being on a paper, we need to ensure that it becomes experiences that are lived as well. It becomes infrastructure. It becomes opportunities that are tangible. Otherwise, it's all just another storybook. And I believe that as the youth here, we are tired of just empty promises. We are tired of signing MOUs. We are tired of signing agreements, and yet we are not seeing the fruits. That is why we are here. That is why we are in these discussions and in these conversations to ensure that we make this a reality. We douse the fires, we douse the flames that are taking place all over the world, and we collectively say we are owning where we stand, but we are doing something about it. The biggest lesson that we have learned ever since I've joined Freedom Thursdays is the competency to lead. Mema always emphasize you must be trained, you must be equipped. She always says, iron sharpens iron. Be ready to be ironed and sharpened by others. Learn as much as you can in and out of the boardroom or in and out of the classroom. Because once you're out on the field, like Hara is, you will be asked questions and you must answer. So leadership competency is very key. I'm going to move on over to our next question. Thank you so much for Katso and Hamara for giving us that amazing presentation and overview of the context of what's happening when we're talking about conflict and peace, when we're talking about leadership. So I'm going to open it once again to our panelists to discuss right now. We're going to look on over to we're discussing peace. So let's focus more on the impact of technology. The impact of technology. I know, remember what we said, hey, we were born before technology, but hey, look at you adapting and readapting. She goes live, she's texting, you are running it. So I want to find out from our panelists. I'm going to go around once again to ask everyone about the impact of technology in our countries. Is it enhancing the voices of the youth? Is it enhancing the peace that we hunger and need? Or is technology against that? And if it's against it, what are you doing as a youth leader to make sure that technology is used the right way? It must be used the right way. We were talking right now, Hara, you're talking about innovation, technology, and AIs that are in place, but how are we using them? So I'm going to open it up. I'm going to start with, let me see, I'm going to pick now randomly. Hama, yes, Hama Hamadi Mohammed. Where are you, Hama? I need to hear from you the impact of technology, because you mentioned a lot about, peace, that you just want peace. You want a peaceful life. Also, the quality of life is very important for you. So Hamad Muhammad, I don't know if you can unmute and just tell us what is the power or the impact of technology in your area in addressing issues, or does it make it worse? If it's making it worse, what are you doing about it? And what can we do to help? Technology. So that is the question. All the panelists, I hope you can hear me. The question is about technology. Is it working for us or against us? And what can we do? Okay, Hama, you're still muted. I don't know if you can hear me from that side. If not, I can go. There we go. Hama, you've unmuted.
Yes, you can hear me.
Yes. Over to you. Technology.
Technology.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Just when we speak about the impact of technology, especially in the age of 2330, technology for us is not only a tool of advancement, of course, it is also a tool of connection, resilience, and visibility of our case. Refugee camp where physical resources, infrastructure are limited. Unfortunately, access to digital technology has opened a new pathway for education, communication and skill development. Young people are increasingly reading online learning platform, remote work opportunity, and digital entrepreneurship to overcome structural limitation. In the occupied territory, technology play a more complex role on one hand, and it allow young people also to document reality, expressing their voice, of course, because our young under the occupation, they really suffer a lot of the what you call depression. On the other hand, it exists within a context of restriction, where digital space can also be monitored or constrained. So this all reflects also the reality of technology can empower, but it also can be all under control, especially in the occupation or territory occupation. Generally, in the third part of our young in diaspora, technology becomes a bridge, enable to young Sahrawi to remain connected to their dignity or identity, their community, and also their case, especially despite the physical distance. And it allows for transitional engagement, advocacy, and preservation of collective memory of their land. However, it's important to highlight that the benefits of the technology are not equally distributed in our country. Digital access, infrastructure, and opportunity remain in venue, particularly in marginalized and displacement context. This creates what we can describe as a digital inequality gap, where some youth are able to fully participate in the digital economy, while others are left behind, unfortunately. So thank you so much. That's what we have in technology. So in general, in conclusion, the technology is very important in our context, especially to advocate our case, to let know other world know about our case, and connect with them, but importantly is not distributed as we want.
That's true. Wow, that's very true. There is a major digital divide. And as youth, I'm so thankful because right now, most of us are depending more on what you will post, Mohammed, versus what the news will post. We prefer the personal touch now because we see that sometimes mainstream media, they distort information. We call it propaganda, right? So that digital divide is there because now we realize why do some areas not have internet? Why do some areas not have the right technology? What are they trying to silence? So thank you so much for that input and creating that awareness on the digital divide, the gaps that are out there. Thank you so much for that, Hama. I'm gonna pose this next question. I don't know if Fatima is here because we tried to introduce Fatima. I don't know if you are here. I skipped you. The introductions we tried to introduce. I'm not sure if she's here. But if not, then
I don't think she's here. It's Fatma. I don't think she's here. Also from Western Sahara.
okay. No, then we'll continue with the others.
I think she will join us later.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna move on to the next speaker, Miss. Who can I pick on now? Hey, Miss Farida. I want to hear from your perspective as well with regards to technology. What is the impact, positive, negative? What needs to be done? What are we doing right now as the youth? Because I can edit a poster right now and say, hey, there's, for example, genocide taking place here in Mpumalanga, whereas there might not be. So is technology working with us or against us? What can we do? Thank you so much, Farida. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Technology for me, I would say, is an amplifier. And in this sense, I have seen the power of technology up close, actually through organizing the recent femicide march that has been done in South Africa. Everybody's profile picture was in purple. We didn't need to meet under a tree. We didn't need to meet physically in a boardroom for us to plan. That was just a moment of young people and young women mobilizing themselves. And the same is what happened in Kenya during the recent protests, Gen Z protests. People are using platforms like WhatsApp, TikTok, and having these conversations of how they could coordinate to come off the street, you know. But there's another side of technology we can't stop like ignoring. In the same spaces where young people are organizing, as you've said, we are seeing misinformation that is spreading so fast, and is erasing the truth. During key national conversations, like right now, we are heading towards an electioneering period in Kenya, and we've seen false information that has actually been able to shape public opinions before even the facts can catch up. And we've also seen cases where digital spaces now have become very unsafe, especially for women. I was not imagining a world where right now gender-based violence has transformed to now technologically facilitated forms of gender-based violence. So while technology is opening doors, it does not actually guarantee a safe and a fair space for everyone who is inside or using technology. And then there's the issue now of access. Not every young person, or even not everybody, is equally connected. Some are building digital presence for their businesses, some are influencing policies online, while others are actually still struggling with the simple cost of data. This is a privilege for us to be here, to be having this conversation where we have strong connection, we have digital devices, and somebody out here lacks this digital device and they lack data. Automatically, they've even been excluded in such an important conversation we are having. So technology is creating opportunities, but then at the end of the day, it is also exposing inequality. And technology is actually accelerating both progress and risk at the same time. But this goes back to us as the users of digital technology. How then do we use it on our favor, and what measures are we putting, especially now everybody is talking about Vision 2030. How beautiful is this vision, and what plans and mechanisms are we putting in place? Because we cannot close our eyes and ears and say that we are using technology to propel, but we're not open enough to put safety measures that can save us. And lastly, I would speak about even children using technology. Of course, I understand there are platforms like, let's say, YouTube, and I'm limiting my examples to the digital tools that people are using. Platforms like YouTube, of course, they have these restrictions that we put, but let's not forget that a child can still create an account as an adult with details. These children have details of our parents and our older siblings, and they're not safe online. We've seen gamings. Children are playing games online, and these games are actually translating into violence. People being young people being radicalized, creating movements of young people that are narcissists, from the experiences that we've had. So there needs to be a balance. What safety measures are we putting? But then on the positive side, technology has really helped us propel to where we are at right now. And the more we advance better, the more we grow, the more we solve most of our challenges using technology, the more riskier we get. That's not the saddest part of technology. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for that. It's got T's and C's that apply. It's both good, but we need to be very cautious. It's that it comes back to I have rights, but you also have responsibilities. It comes back to that, and I'm so thankful that you brought in that element and that aspect too, of what other roles are they playing in accelerating issues of, psychosocial supports that are needed for children, for teens, for even, the parents themselves. There's so much taking place, and it's an emphasis on the mental health, the quality of mental health right now, based on where technology is. So it's very key, it's a very broad topic. Mimabato, please, we are definitely committing to another session with these panelists.
Okay.
Thank you. She has approved, everyone.
Yes.
She has approved on record. No, thank you,
Yes.
thank you. I'm gonna take the same question to. Let me quote. I'm very curious to hear from these two, Mr. Abdul Koma. Technology. Can I hear from your side? Because you do a lot of, like I said, you do a lot of youth empowerment and civic leadership, upliftment. So from your side, Mr. Koma, what would you give insights on with regards to technology, the impact of technology in your area? What are you doing about it as well? You are still on mute, Mr. Koma? I don't know if you can hear me. There we
Yes.
go. Okay, I think your network, Mr. Koma, might be, because I can't hear him from my side. I don't know if you can all hear him.
He looks frozen.
Yes, let me see. Mr. Koma, if you can hear me, your network, I think, is affected. You are frozen. We can't hear you.
And maybe switch off the video.
Yes, it's for the bandwidth. I'm just going
For the
to.
bandwidth. Maybe go to someone else and then we'll come back to you.
Yes. Okay, I was trying to stop the video, but it's not okay. It's not allowing me. There we go. All right, we'll go back to him, but let me move on over then to Miss Dina. Miss Dina Asi, Palestine, you are still here with us. I hope you're still here with us. Let me just quickly check. I don't see her here as well.
No, it's technology.
Oh, there
No,
she-
Dina is here. She's still
Dina,
here.
yeah, Dina. Okay, Dina, if you
Yeah,
can
she's
jump
still here.
in. What is your view on technology, its impact, its power? If you can hear us, you can unmute yourself, Dina.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just a minute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you. Thank you.
About technology, the question is about technology, yeah. Okay, what can I say? I say here is briefly, for us in Palestine, technology is a double-edged sword. It is the tool we use to break the media blockade and share our reality with the world, serving as a vital means for economic and educational resilience. Although it sometimes amplifies challenges through digital censorship. We transform it into a platform for digital resistance and asserting our identity. So, yes, I have more details in this area, but yeah, it's enough.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You said it brilliantly when you just said it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
And we need to make sure that we're able to cut off any misconceptions that are out there. Thank you so much, Ms. Dina, for that emphasis. I appreciate your input as well. And then being able to control the narrative, that is very, very important as well. All right, I'm going to move on over to Mr. Koma. I see you are back. You are back. You are connected. I think you had network issues there.
Greetings. Thank you so very much. I had a network, but the power went down. I'm so sorry about that.
No, don't you apologize. It's the system.
Yes, okay. Thank you so very much. I continue from where I stopped. Like I said, currently technology has caused a lot of problems. Young people are no more thinking for themselves in this advancement of AI. In the University of the Gambia now, you realize young people no more do assignment for themselves now. They just have to go do copy and paste. You realize now, writing, everybody is a writer now. And you realize, George, that if you cannot write well, then you cannot think well. And if you cannot think well, people for you. So I think we are living in a stage where people are thinking for other people. And that is a big problem we are facing. As young people, we must think for ourselves and provide the solution because we're talking about problems here. But now technology is taking out our brains for people no more to think for themselves. Young people no more think for themselves. Research, people go to AI, copy works and paste it. Assignments, the same. People no more read now. And this is why the solutions will be problem because the people that should provide solutions are not no more second solutions. They are now being attached to something that will never make their brain work. And that is a problem. Secondly, there is too much harassment. People use technology at a very bad side. Social harassment in the media, taxing the young people, young ladies, harassing them towards using the media. And all these are young people are abusing it. Technology has come to salvage our generation, really to have a very efficient work, to do it productively, right? But we are abusing it. As for the Gambia Youth Empowerment and Civic Leadership Network, we are very, very cautious about technology and how it is impacting negatively and, of course, positively the lives of young Gambians. I have been doing campaigns at the university trying to sensitize young people that AI is for you. But if you are not intelligent, AI will drive you away from thinking. So AI cannot do all for you. It will never provide solution for you. So we, the human beings, must be action oriented to implement this laws we're talking about. AI will never implement laws. AI can serve as a way forward for you. Technology can serve as a way forward for you. But only intelligent people, smart people, can use technology. I would say those that always abuse technology don't know its benefit. So for the Gambia Youth Empowerment and Civic Leadership Network, we are particular and we are challenged. And we have been working hand in through the local grassroots level, trying to mobilize young people, speaking to our mothers and our fathers, speaking to them about the dangers of technology, how young people can harness technology positively, not to rely solely on technology, but advance our cultural norms and values. Technology cannot take our heritage, cannot take our cultures, because it has significantly, take out our values. Young people no more follow rules of cultures and traditions. So these are all problems. So we are very particular and challenged. We are working hand in glove with government, local stakeholders to address these challenges by organizing youth dialogues and forums. These are the only way forward. And to make sure we don't only organize forums, but to implement what we say. So, actually, to maneuver these limits. Thank you so very much.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Koma. We battled a bit to hear you there at the end, but we got the gist of this message, and I'm so thankful for your inputs with regards to, because AI is a sensitive topic right now, especially with regards to academia. There's a lot of impact in academia itself right now, and you hit it on the nail on the head, when you said that people doing assignments using AI, and then they use that other extra source of, I will humanize this assignment so you don't pick up AI. So you are very right that, they're removing that beauty of what are your thoughts. And, one of the panelists said, the freedom to choose. I believe it was Ms. Dina. We said the freedom to choose, that is something beautiful and rare. And that is what at times technology takes away, especially the dependence on AI, that you have the freedom to create, the freedom to think outside of the box. It's within you. And already people are saying, no, maybe AI will give a better answer. AI looks at what is already on record. You do what is something new, something that's never been done. That's why we have this discussion of the difference between generic or generative AI versus agentic AI. The discussions are broad when it comes to it. But for people who are in graphics design, media as well, they say, no, production, there's ways we implement AI that will benefit us without removing our own vision and our texture as well. So this is a very important conversation that we're having right now, the impact of technology. Tulufelo, are you still here with us? Tulufelo, are you still here with us?
Yes, I am. I had a little network issue.
No worries. Hey, we're talking about technology, so everyone's network is going to try to be tested. But we just want to hear from you, Tulufelo. What is your input on technology and its impact, especially where you are as well here in South Africa? I know for us, there's a general notion out there that is put out in the public. Hence, I mentioned the topic of genocides. There's a notion of no, we are anti our brothers and sisters. We are out here killing anyone and everyone. That's propaganda. So what do you think is the impact of technology on us as South Africans and how others view us out there as well? Is it working for us, against us, and as youth, what are you doing about it? Over to you, Tulufelo. Your mic is still off.
Hi, with regards to technology, the first thing I can say, it's increasing unemployment rate because careers like software development, maybe even waiters, those careers, jobs will be rendered not important anymore because technology is slowly replacing humans in the work environment. Also, the biggest issue with AI is the fact that you can actually take a whole question paper, upload it on AI, and all the answers are there, which then brings in the question of are we going to have unskilled professions in the near future? Yes,
Sure.
technology makes things easier for us. However, we cannot ignore the dangers that come with technology. Also, the fact that young kids don't play outside like we used to. They are always on their phones, on YouTube. God knows who they're talking to. So also the dangers of cyber attacks, the dangers of kids being kidnapped. Technology comes with more bad things than good. It also makes you lazy as a person because you're depending on AI to do certain things as opposed to you doing it. Even questions that are so easy for you to actually answer, you rely on AI to do that. So technology is going to make us much more lazier than we currently are. We also have propaganda issues, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
You have the whole world so misinformed in believing that the president of Venezuela, for instance, is abusing his citizens. You have the whole information that is wrong. And then when you speak to people who are actually from Venezuela, they will tell you a different story. Also with Iran, you have a different approach on that. So technology is very, very, very bad in a sense because we have this information. We believe Iran is a country where people are suffering. We have ideas that are completely wrong. So social media is also utilized as a way to spread misinformation so bad that when you speak to people who are directly affected by those things, you realize I was completely misinformed. And also, yeah, we need to limit, we need to be less excited about the idea of AI. I personally don't think there's anything good that can come out of AI. It's killing so many jobs. So again, as I said earlier, that we have an issue of high unemployment rate. At this stage, it's about to increase to numbers that we ourselves cannot control. We're going to live in a world where we don't even understand what's happening. We are not even sure of the information we got. So, yeah, technology, in my point, is very dangerous. We're gonna even have cars that can drive themselves. People can hack your car and take you to a dangerous location. So, yeah, if anything, although I do like technology, but we can't avoid that it has more bad, it poses more harm than good. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Tulufele. Yay. We've got things doing things for themselves now. Yeah. Now all we need is a house that will clean itself, the clothes that will wash themselves. I'll be happy for that AI. But oh my goodness.
We definitely need dishes that can wash themselves, honestly.
You know, and pack themselves properly. You know, there we will discuss that. We'll discuss when we get there. But it's so interesting how there are so many different perspectives with regards to what technology is and the impacts and the inputs as well. All right, I think right now I've got Kanyisa that I want to hear intro from, and then I'll end off with Hara if you can also just give more context if you are comfortable, because I want to give the next hour to the elders, and then we'll also just allow them to, we will be asking them questions because it's nice to drink from the well, from those who have experienced, from those who have gone through. So I'm just gonna give it over to right now Kanyisa, and then I'll move and end over to Hara as well. Just to talk, let's talk about technology and its impact. Is it necessary? Is it not necessary? Is it positive? What are we doing about it? Kanyisa, over to you.
Thank you so much. From my side, I believe that the impact of technology is enhancing and motivating young people in South Africa, which the impact can be economical or socially so, where job creation and new industries are done through tech hubs which are across the country. Some of the tech hubs that I am aware of, they're in Cape Town, some in Johannesburg. AI, which is a, a big concept where we people have different views. From my
Yes.
side, my view is that AI improves and forces young people in South Africa to invest in computer skills and learn more about the technology that is forever changing and improving. Unfortunately, technology is taking over, and it's something that we cannot shy away from, meaning that as young people and other people across the countries, we have to invest more in our computer skills and be ahead of time and take charge. Productivity, in terms of productivity, technology mainly improves productivities, especially in sectors like industries and other sectors, the farming sectors. It's crazy to see your USA and other countries having more improved farming tools, machines that work over time, that cover a large scale of farming part, you know, and it's quite and capturing to say that we can actually be productive, we can actually improve our economy as young people and work harder. In terms of the social impact, technology enhances the voices of young people in South Africa through platforms. Like I mentioned last time, to say that it seems like South Africa is more into the social and digital part compared to the economical part, which can be positive or negative for us. Um, they are mostly on platforms like TikTok, your Instagram, Twitter, and WhatsApp, which can have a negative impact. But then they also contribute on the positive impact because they allow a space of sharing of possible opportunities when it comes to employment, when it comes to bursaries to go to school. A lot of students find themselves in debt in higher institution, which is really disheartening to see students asking for contributions because they cannot afford to pay for their tuition fees, meaning that such spaces allow them to get help, allow them to get their certificate so that they can graduate and be employed and all that. These spaces also provide space for support and voicing out. Some of us, we cannot speak with people that are close to us. We rather voice out on social media to say that I have a situation like this. How can I possibly fix this? How can I get help on such situations? Sometimes you are in households where abuse is a common thing. It's seen as a normal thing. We have the spaces which are the platforms to voice out, to say that this is what is happening. How do I get help when people don't have enough information or don't know the right ways to say that you have to now go report to the police officers, you have to now speak to social workers, and so on and so forth. It's also nice how the Fees Must Fall campaign, which helps students, which is one of the campaigns that was started by students online, which started online. It's great, which ended up forcing the national policy to change. It's such a big thing, meaning that the digital spaces have a very, very big impact. We might underestimate technology and everything else, but they have the biggest impact. If something that is started online, just like the GBV campaigns that we had last year and early this year, if they can be declared as the national crisis, it means that the digital space is powerful on itself. With this, we can say that technology has a positive impact on our society today, honestly. Through technology, we get to access information, have meetings like this. I mean, we are seated here in our respective countries, in our respective spaces,
Yes.
sharing information, bringing out solutions for our youth, sharing the possible solutions and all that. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. Cutting across through rivers, oceans, different time zones, we are definitely here and making an impact. We are learning from each other and finding ways to improve our various societies, our various counties or countries in itself and continents at large. So for us, I think we are definitely in agreement. We are agreeing to disagree here and there. Where there's a moment for us to be responsible, we are definitely looking into it as well for technology. But where there's room for growth and improvement and using it the right way to tell our story, that's where we'll be able to make a major impact with regards to technology. Member, but I'm just looking through right now if Mom Mary is still here with us. I'm just looking through.
I'm sending a message to her again because she needs to go urgently. And she's from Women's Business Association BRICS, and issue of technology is what she's doing. She's training on AI and all those things. So I'm sending her a message if just to rejoin, introduce that, and then she can leave.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much.
So you can go ahead with and with a Jambiwa. If she comes, then we'll ask her just to pause for her to introduce.
Yes. Hara, it was your turn just to give a quick overview as well on technology because you do a lot of outreaches, especially in the rural areas. What is your opinion on technology, that side? How do you convey messages? Is there limitations? Over to you.
Thank you once again. I think I just wanted to build on what I think Sulu Fellow, she mentioned about us using this platform, Zoom. We would have been meeting somewhere around the world, but we decided that we'll use technology. Already technology. So we see the advantage of technology. Then building up on that as well in terms of Malawi, if I relate it to Malawi, let's go back to COVID-19. In Malawi, COVID-19 taught us that technology is very important. Meetings, greetings, and all that, it really shaped the technological impact in Malawi. So though there are mixed views about technology, but for Malawi, largely is positive. I'm not neglecting the negative part, but for Malawi, it's largely positive in the sense that issues of economic growth and job creation. So far in Malawi, so many people have gained internet access. According to the statistics that have been done by one of our regulatory bodies, MACRA, we have more people that have mobile phones in comparison to those that have radios, meaning that it is easier to communicate to so many people through phones than it was back in the days where we would all wait to hear from the radios. So already that is a positive for us because people can now access online jobs. People can now have businesses with the technological impact that is there. Then in terms of digital platforms, in Malawi, we are now growing from the phase of face-to-face businesses to online businesses. So this, you can see the target is youth. The target is women because mostly women are into small enterprise businesses. So it has brought a positive impact to mostly the group that is being targeted. And we have, in terms of agriculture, Malawi, our backbone is agriculture. So if we do not utilize the technological tools, then it becomes a problem. So we have dived in deep to utilize the opportunity where farmers should be able to get the schedule of when they are going to plant, where they'll buy fertilizers, because we rely heavily on fertilizer due to our staple food that is maize. So they are able to get those messages in real time, meaning that it has also really helped us. And then when we go to improved health care, right now, they are administering the vaccine for polio. Of course, they've been advertising in the radios, but they are also relying mostly on the text messages because of the statistics that was already done by our regulatory body that we have more phones. So if we have more phones in Malawi, why not send messages? So they send messages. You get a message, everybody in Malawi will get a message that on such a day, we'll have healthy personnel in such a district, they'll be administering this vaccine. So it's positive for us because we are able to get that message and then act accordingly. In terms of education, we have in Malawi our mobile service providers. They are mainly the large ones are two. We have Airtel and TNM. TNM is local, it's a local company. Airtel is international. So with them, Ministry of Education partnered with them that people in the rural areas where we have more challenges in comparison to the urban and semi-urban, that pupils should be able to access digital platforms in terms of education, where they are able to follow on the curriculum. And we are coming from the COVID time where schools were shut down completely. When schools were shut down completely, how do people continue to learn? How do we let pupils continue to learn? So the partnering started from there, and it has even grown bigger, where people are able to access curriculums using digital platforms. Then in terms of government and public services, there's an improvement where you see, for example, immigration, where you call it Home Affairs in South Africa, in our country, and then you call MRA, which is SARS in South Africa, Malawi Revenue Authority, and then we have traffic. They've come up with a system that is somehow harmonized, where information is shared, and then we have National Registration Bureau that issues our national ID cards. So this system is at least harmonized, where the information that is there, someone can just tap in and bring it to the other side and be able to maybe to issue passports and also be able to get information that they need from that particular person. So this technology has really helped us. And then issues to do with social impact and inclusion. We have more women entrepreneurs due to the mobile technology and growth in business, youth access to global opportunities through internet. Initially, most people would rely on public universities. When the exams come out, they wait to sit for entrance exams, and they get admitted into public universities. But it's not like that anymore because you're online and you should be able to get scholarship from other countries. So this has provided. But while we're looking at this, we should not talk about the challenges. There are a lot of challenges. Some have been talked about here that we are also facing. These are cross-cutting challenges that Malawi is also facing. Social media platforms used to oppress other people. Social media platforms where even women or even youth can also be perpetrators, where people would even post nude pictures of other people. This brings tension in the communities. Of course, through the laws that we have, the existing laws that we're using, that those that are found that are sending messages that are harmful, of course, the wrath of the law takes its course. But still more, this is one of the challenges that is there, and you will find that perpetrators are there, but technology is also playing a role. Then the issue of AI, where you find people are copy pasting assignments, where for some of us that are in the workspaces, you find that maybe you're reading a huge crowd of interns, you find the things that they're writing, you see, this is all AI. So that's another challenging issue that we are also facing with technology. Issues of cyberbullying, issues of kids spending most of their time on the digital devices. For example, myself, I have two beautiful boys. I always call them two beautiful boys. We always fight about this at home, that at least have 2 hours, because also for health reasons, our eyes, because they are damaging their eyes at the end of the day. This is a healthy issue but it is coming because of technology. So we need to look at it from different angles. But at the end of the day, for me in my country, it has largely contributed to positive impacts, unlike the negative impacts, which I'm sure by and by we are learning and the changes are coming, laws are coming, and we should be able to understand what is bad and what is good, because we are also learning. This is a new tool that has been introduced to some of our countries.
Yes.
So reaching this far, basically, that's what I wanted to share from the perspective of how I understand the impacts of technology. But at the end of the day, change is inevitable. Even if we refuse to change, change will overtake us. But it's how we handle the change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that information. Thank you so much. Memabata, I don't know if you have any updates on your side.
I think I will go ahead. I'll take this session of the elders.
Thank you.
Mary is struggling. She was running to another meeting. That's why she's not able to join us. And now we'll ask the Aulin team to be the one to presenting. And after their presentation, I'll also come with regards to engaging with what the young people has said to us. But in the meantime, actually, I want to ask them, you know, from all the discussions that they had from this morning, can they on the chat just give us, write to us their vision, what they're taking from this meeting, and how will that be actioned when they continue, but not when they go back home. They are seated at home now. How do they take the discussions that came from this meeting and just to make them practical? Because it was from them also that indicated a lot of time people are talking, but there is no action. So what action must come out from this meeting? Because in my opening, I said their voices is going to shape the future. So can they just share with us on the chat? Khulud, you guys are here now. Let's give, as I said earlier on, Fatu could not join because I think the issue of time was not taken into consideration, that when we're starting here it's 3-4 a.m. in New York. So, but she has sent people here, so they will share with us the vision of Aulin Global, what is Aulin, and how the issues that we are discussing also link with what Aulin as a network of women leaders, including a network of young women leaders, contribute. Khulud, the floor is yours. If you're speaking, you are still muted. Khulud. She might be struggling. That's technology. Sometimes, okay, and then Michelle. You guys are all muted. Yes.
My connection is a bit intermittent, but I'm in the meeting and fully supporting everything that's happening. And I am happy to see young women, young people standing together with our senior women in solidarity, sharing of knowledge and best practice with regards to all the aspects that are connected to this meeting. And as young people, we are really looking forward that by 2030, everything would be aligned to see the commitments of the normative frameworks being implemented even at national levels. And as Aulin, we are committed through our national chapters to advance the values and ethos of Aulin and what it stands and each and every commitment that our elders have done. And we want to congratulate you as the South African chapter for this webinar which you have hosted, and you have set a good precedence for other chapters, and we continue to encourage all other Aulin chapters to share knowledge and advance each and every of our 6 pillars as well as our 5 C's. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Michelle, for the contribution. Yes, you know, I want to go back a little bit to what the example around the question of technology, Eureka. You know, it was the interesting part that we are hearing that come from the young people with regards to the negatives. And then our youngest participant, including with what Gambia said, how Malawi transformed its governance and implementation of programs due to the lessons from COVID-19. And you know that we said when we started Freedom Thursdays that this is part of the lessons we learned from COVID-19, that we worked being in our own homes, delivering on the mandate of our different departments, our different companies, but we were not able to meet. So for companies to have made millions and governments being able to provide service, being in their own homes, it means we can also utilize the same platform as we did while we were under lockdown. The lessons from Malawi, for me, and I think that because I'm going to, in the absence of Mary now that she had to leave and Charlotte is still in the meeting, I want to bring the lessons from Mary with regards to what Malawi is using technology for. And for all of us also to look into the distinction between technology broadly, whether is us sitting here and speaking, utilizing the message of government sending to all the farmers, and AI, because I think there are two different things that when we speak about technology, we put them under one basket and forget that as they're speaking about agriculture and Malawi being the staple food being maize, and they wanting information about manures. Now, for them to reach all the farmers, they use technology as a form of communication to reach everyone wherever wherever they are, to say, now, this is what you can use, this is what you need, not AI, because those are the things that we need to be talking about. And as I said, I raised my hand around another session, and I think I want us to have a debate. I had a session with somebody where we're talking about these, the academy and the academic side and AI. And my issue was that if we're talking about AI, students researching on AI, not students copying AI, students researching on AI and writing. What is the difference? And I'm bringing this here, and you must go and think about it as we are planning for the session around AI and the people who write books. My issue was, coming from an era of apartheid, coming from an era of occupation anyway. The books, especially psychology, philosophy, the books that were written by white males, many of them racist in where they're coming from. Many of them, the content that we were reading did not have a Black woman inside. They did not know Africa at all, but they wrote a lot of books that people started quoting from. And for you to have your master's or your doctorate, you needed to quote these books. And for you to publish, you needed that peer review. And most of those peers were people coming from that era who wrote things that were not factual. But because there was no critique, their words were truth. I trained as a teacher, and I usually talk about people that we quoted around psychology of education and giving examples of the psychology of a Black child that had no basis of the experiences of the Black child. So if we managed for centuries quoting these people that actually were not telling the truth, what is it that makes people to be so against research? And I'm not talking about the cut and paste research of AI that is using the same methodology, and even more, taking the writings of these people and putting them out there. So yes, the companies where they're selling their publishers might lose their resource in terms of money of the books that will be published. But if they are doing research, and the research from AI that is now maybe like when you do research, we've got papers that universities will say these are accredited. If it's accredited AI, where is the problem? Except where children who are lazy to do their work, the same way we had children who are lazy to do their research and copying the books as they are. You know, we talk about plagiarism. It has been there, and those people who love to plagiarize the work of other people will continue plagiarizing. But those that do research in the different technologies and looking at the different not even AI, yes, different technology sites that are credible, and not use that just to regurgitate information, but start reflecting and being critiquing it. We really need to look into that. Yes, AI, just like books, reflect the people, the person who is feeding it with information. So if the person feeding whatever robot is a racist themselves, is a person that is homophobic, those will come out in their writing. It will come out in the technology that they're producing. But as I'm saying, let's have a debate. Let's have a debate around this, because it's critical. It's critical not to throw out a technology, all of it, and the robots and the AI, and forget that a lot of work is still not AI, as the example of Malawi has taught us. I really want to thank everyone, especially, and I'm saying especially because when we talking to the young people from Palestine, for the past 2 or 3 years, with regards to the same technology, we were exposed to the most horrific, inhuman things that were happening in Palestine. We were exposed to the bombs that have been thrown into living areas. The numbers of people who have been killed, if we did not have technology, because mainstream media does not report on that, we would still be so out of what is happening locally. And I think it was Seho was saying, when they speak with people from Iran and what they have heard are two different stories. So there's misinformation on purpose to get to shift the mind of people around a country, because those that are giving us propaganda and misinformation, they want to continue with their agenda. Your stories are giving face to the atrocities happening in your countries. You know, when you started, Diana was presenting, and we could sense the pain when you stopped a little bit, because for you, peace and security is something that you have not experienced for a long time as a young woman growing up in Palestine. That, you know, things that we're taking for granted in places where there is no war, you can't even relate to them unless you see them on social media or you see them on TV. And as we continue getting the other side, and the only way we're getting the other side is now with technology, where we are seeing all these videos that come from Palestine, that come from Iran, that come from Lebanon, that we would not have seen, that come from Ukraine, that we would not have seen, that come from Sudan, that we would not have seen if technology was not there. So we need to critique technology, not wearing the lens of the abuser, because when we're saying children are being exposed to the worst form of abuse, it is the perpetrators that makes this platform now easy for the same people, the pedophiles that come and take our children that are not using technology, because that is where they are getting the gratification for their evil deeds. We need to speak out, and young people, as we're saying, you spoke about the fees must fall, which young people use technology to ultimately make government to have a policy. And we have seen the rising of technology in many, many countries, including the previous student uprising in Sudan. So technology has helped them to be able to meet in spaces that government could not come, because it was easy. It will be easy for them to send the army to disrupt the marches. But now, when you are sitting in your own spaces, you're able to speak about the issues that affect you without feeling the danger of being attacked. You have raised, when Eureka asked about what peace means to you, you raise your lived experiences of what peace means to you. And Abdul, with regards to the Gambia seems to be sharing almost the same experience with South Africa with regards to the truth and Reconciliation Commission, the TRC. And the expectation from South Africans of the TRC after laying bare their wounds was justice. And it's now 32 years after that justice they have not seen. And this is what is coming out from your country, that there was a TRC. They expected now to see people being arrested. They expected to see changes, but people are still walking free, even when they were mentioned in the TRC. And I think this is where, as we adopt models of reconciliation after conflicts and war, those models must be localized and not take just models from everywhere else. And I say to people, when we meet in meetings, especially on women, peace and security, and then they will say, you know, the example of South Africa. And I ask, what do you mean by the example of South Africa? Or no, we need to learn from the TRC. So, but you need to ask South Africans now, not the process that happened. The example of South Africa cannot be taken as is and put there, because the experiences of South Africans, especially those that were victims of apartheid, this, we had a say in South Africa, we speak about the rainbow nation, that the experience of this rainbow is different depending on where you were before democracy. So I think that's where we have to be cognizant of the fact that as we come around the table to negotiate peace, let the framework of engagement be informed by the experiences of the country and not just take models that are not going to benefit you in your own country. The time bomb that we are sitting on globally, the issue of youth unemployment, but which is very high in our continent, not only in South Africa. We've heard the story of Malawi, we heard the story of Botswana, we have the story of Kenya. Youth unemployment is an issue. And it's an issue because we have been waiting for people to create jobs, as young people said. You have seen that you now need to be the ones creating jobs for other young people to start working. So that must also come with the type of education system our governments have. An education system that says you do not wait for somebody to hire you. An education system that you can also be the new employer. That when these people that come from everywhere to invest in our countries, you will be also one of those that is going to invest in your own community to create jobs. Otherwise, this is not sustainable. We are now left with 4 years. 2030, no, it's not even 4 years anymore. 2030 is just around the corner. And as I said when I started, the global impact, where we promised that there will be the reduction of poverty. We don't see the reduction of poverty. There was going to be peace. Actually, we are seeing new wars, even in places that we never thought they will have wars in our time. So you are speaking about that peace that we want to see. They spoke about the economy. The economy is not performing well. Now, if all these things are happening, you that are on this call today, it impacts you even more because of the inequality between the North, the South, and the West. And we are looking at you, young people. We have had you've got the solutions in your hands. So how do you start utilizing technology? to sharing innovations for the betterment of your country, but also for the betterment of your continent. Every time young people speak about the resources and the minerals in the different continents, we might not have used that to the benefit of our continent. But you now, with all this innovation, how do you make sure that the minerals in your country work for your country and not wait for somebody to come and say, because you don't have the capacity to beneficiate these minerals, we are taking them out of our countries. You, with your innovation, ensuring that every mineral that comes from your country is beneficiated in your own country. That's the only way that we can start creating massive numbers of jobs, but also in changing the economy of our countries, because they now need to be buying the finished product in our own countries. So we really are looking at you in retelling the story of our own nations, but also of our continent. And for those that don't have minerals, that have been stealing, will now know that they can't steal anymore, but they can't even use the issue that your continent don't have skills, because you will have the skills. You will have the innovations. You will now be the one that says, if you've got a skill that we don't have, come here and share that skills here. We're not taking anything outside our countries. The issue that has been, again, almost from each and every country that spoke, especially from our continent, is violence by men against women and girls. And we have intentionally using that in our foundation, that when you say gender-based violence, we are not seeing a shift in that, because we're not holding the perpetrators accountable. So anybody who, even the perpetrator themselves, because it's gender-based violence, it's a neutral term. And we say language matters. We must start putting the problem in the center, not a neutral language. So you have brought the issue of rape as high. We're speaking about 70% in Botswana. You're speaking about 70% in Malawi. It's a problem. So as young people, how will this change in your hands? That the ones that are coming after you will not be telling the same story, that violence against women and girls is high because of what men are doing to them. The values we instill in our children. I know in Aulin, we've got the positive masculinity as a program, which is Aulin partnering with heads of states around positive masculinity. But this should be what we do in our homes, how we parent our children. The values we instill on them, to respect their sisters, to respect their mothers, to respect their partners, to respect their girlfriend, to respect their wives. That if you want to resolve conflict, if you want to resolve a misunderstanding or disagreement, violence is not an option. And that must be taken from a nucleus being the home. Maybe when you are older and looking back, you would not be telling the same story that we have been telling, of violence being high in our homes, in our communities, rape being high in our homes and in our communities. Let your story be different from our story. And we are now looking to you as these leaders because you have shown that you understand the problems. And when you understand the problem, it's easy to come with a solution. With that, I am going to give back to Erica to close her session as the leader of young people in our country, but also a leader as a princess in her village. If you look at the different programs that she has in place using her portfolio, this is what we're looking for from every young person, that use your portfolio to change lives.
Yes.
And if you do that, the corruption that we are seeing now, where people use the portfolios they have to steal from the poor, to steal from people in hospitals, to steal from the nation. Let your leadership be different from the leadership that we are seeing now, because that's the only way we can change the story of our continent, the story of our nations. We need healing as the different countries in conflict. We need healing from the conflict and the war, but also we need healing from the violence that women and girls, including the men that are perpetrating, need. So sessions on healing at community level are critical, but also sessions of healing that we have on our platform are critical. And if you want those, we will continue providing those. Eureka as one of the people on mental health that has given workshops. We had workshops around mental health. And if there are those that still want that, we will provide that space.
Yes.
So, Eureka, I'm bringing it back to you as you close your session.
Wow, wow. Thank you. Thank you so, so much, Memabata. You know, I saw the reactions, the applauses, the hearts. It's just appreciation from us all the way. You know, I wrote in the chat right now that, you know, youth was previously just seen, these ones are too relaxed. These ones don't care about anything. But you are one of the few who believe and say, you know what, these ones, they're here to make a change. They're here to make a difference. And you know, there's a quote that says, children were never meant to carry the weight of their parents. And we are thankful because you, Memabatu, you didn't just see us as children, you saw us as young adults who are here to make an impact and who saw the weight that is on the shoulders of our parents and are refusing to also just be quiet. We are refusing to just be nonchalant about things. We are choosing to take a stand and be proactive because we see that the government is limited, resources are mismanaged, but we have voices. We have the heart, we have the passions, and we have the network. You've created this networking opportunity. It might be an open dialogue, but for us, it become a family where we can all now come together and say, what opportunities do I have? Perhaps maybe they need it in Gambia. Perhaps they need this in, you know, for those who are in refugee camps. Maybe if I can assist them in this way, they'll be. So that is why we are here today. And we are so thankful because you have also agreed to have, for us to have another session, which we are so excited for. And look into more topics, more ways for us to implement, more ways for us to help each other and learn from each other as well. I want to thank all the panelists. Fatma,
Before you close,
Brahim, I see.
yes.
Yes,
I saw
yes, I
Fatma
see
is there. Yes,
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 Fatima, I saw your hand was up. So before I do my close, Fatima, I don't know, would you like to just say a greeting?
Yes.
We had been waiting for you, but they did say that you'll join in a bit later. Fatima, you can unmute your mic just to introduce yourself, please. We'd be so honored to hear from you. Thank you.
Also share with us. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we
We
can hear
can.
you.
So happy to be here with you. It's Fatma Ibrahim Mukhtar from Sahara refugee camps. And I'm so sorry for joining so late. Actually, because as you were speaking about technology, I was facing a huge problem with the internet because when it comes to internet, it's kind of hard to have access to technology. While people in the other part of the world are speaking about AI and the high new technologies, my people and especially my generation are still facing and struggling to just have a simple access to the internet to be connected to the world. So that's first of all. I'm so happy to be here with you and so honorable to have this chance to hear from people like me, from young generation to unify the views about our continent and about our nation and to learn from each other from your experience and also to share our voice to be heard and to be incorporated with young people because I firmly believe that we are the future of this nation. And if it's not us, our coming up generation, it's very important to meet, to listen to each other, and to learn from each other. So thank you very much. Actually, there is no more things to say. Actually, I was just hearing you and hearing from your experience. I wish I could join you like from the beginning to hear about freedom, about economic, about many topics that my people still not actually discussing it deeply because we have another goal and another cause to speak about widely, which is our independence. Because you can never speak about democracy, about economic, about development while you are living in the middle of nothing. Literally, we are living in the middle of refugee camps. I wish I can share with you the picture so you can see literally where we are living, while people like us in our same age, having the same capacities, can discuss economics, can discuss self-business, can discuss being a diplomat and many, which is a simple right, by the way, which is a simple right. But because of our case and because of occupation, which is shameful to be the last colony in Africa, in our homeland, in our mom Africa. My Palestinian colleague will understand me perfectly because we are sharing the same case, the same injustice, the same, let me say, the same way of torture. Maybe it's like we only have not the same name, Israel and Morocco, but all the rest is the same.
Sure.
And also we are facing, when it comes to technology, we are facing a huge media blockout. Because nowadays people have access to internet, but do not hear about Western Sahara and what's happening in the refugee camps, and do not hear about the resolution UN is doing and what's happening behind the scene. Because our future is literally going in the hands of decision makers who do not care about the young generation, do not care about us as a human being. So thank you very much for this chance to be able to discuss. Thank you. If you have any questions, by the way, I'm here to answer and to contribute with you to the discussion. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Fatima. I think I have just one question before I close. One question for you, please. How do you stay positive? How do you stay, because right now you're looking forward to, we have to fight for independence. We have to be, how are you so optimistic? Because as you are youth, as you're saying, you're a young person, where do you get this bravery and this courage? How do you stay so positive right now?
Actually, because there is no other option. Either we get our independence or we get our independence. We firmly believe in our case and in our inalienable right of self-determination, especially my generation, because, the old generation are living with nostalgia because they went to their homeland and they were kicking out from their homeland, bombarding, etc. But my generation are living in anger because we never been in our homeland. We just hear about Western Sahara. And now we have access, unlimited access to internet. We can search about Western Sahara, about our natural resources, about our sea, and see the beauty of our country. And also when we have this kind of opportunity to discuss with people like us in the same age, and they are speaking about development, economic, education, and you think like, why we don't have the same opportunity? Why it's injustice? So also we are very hopeful and very optimistic because we believe that we are the future. So if we lose hope, who will lead? Who will take the spearhead to continue to go away?
Wow. Thank you so much. You had to join in. You had to be here. We had to hear this information that you just shared with us. And I know we, don't worry, we have committed. We'll have another session. This was just, thank you. We can see you now. Thank you so
We
much.
can see.
Hello.
I think let's also have
Yes.
a picture with the hair.
Yes,
because she was not there.
please.
Yeah.
May we all please just open our videos just so we can have a group photo with Fatima as well on. Can we all please open our videos? Thank you.
Okay, so then you can retake. There you are. Yes. You can go ahead. I think I've got enough.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mema Bato. Wow. Thank you all so very much for your time. We are in different time zones. First of all, we're in different areas. There's so many things taking place. We are also seeing the different issues. Yes, there is a link. There is an overlap. However, I believe we are also just reflecting right now on what Memabato also said, that, you know what, as the youth, what's next? What is it that you want to do? And Fatima just came and concluded it brilliantly for us. And she said, you know what, it's hope. We have to have that hope. It's either it's independence or it's independence or independence. There is no other
Independence or
option.
independence, yeah.
There's no other option. So for us, it's the same thing as well. It's either we youth are making an impact or youth making an impact. There's nothing else. We have to be the change. We have to bring in these solutions and be the ones who are implementing them, putting them into action. Let them come to us and ask us, how did you do it, Eureka, with no resources? How did you go and help people get free business logos, free business profiles? How did you do it? Using the same technology they try to use against us. So it's important for us to continue thriving. It's very important for us to continue having that hope, regardless of whatever we're facing. And as I mentioned, we are here in this, and we are here to not just network, not just to write down notes, but to ensure that it is implemented. We go back, we try it. If it doesn't work, we try again until it works, until we see the impact. Because at the end of the day, between you and I here today, you are not just representing yourself anymore. You are representing a whole nation. You are representing an entire nation, and we are so proud of you, and we are confident of the impact that you'll make. And then also, just to conclude, Memabato, our panelists will each be getting a certificate. I've sent them to Memabato. She'll just sign off on them, just for us to appreciate your time, to appreciate your inputs, and of course, to have it there and display it to make sure people know that you are not just sitting around, not just wasting time on the internet. No, you are adding so much value. Your inputs are appreciated, and we want to thank you so much. We have taken this data. The recordings are available for those of you who might be watching this 10 years from now. This is where it started. This is where we all met and sat down and said, enough is enough. And we hope we are making the difference. Anything else from you, Memabato?
Kulud, I see your question. What is your question saying? Are we yet to the section?
Good afternoon. Thank you. It's just to ask about the session where we were supposed to give the allocation on behalf of the leadership, unless I missed it.
No, I think for me there was a confusion. I thought Michelle was engaging with that. The session we were on that session. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. We can't miss. I thought Michelle is representing that. No, please go ahead. We can't miss that session.
Oh, thank you so much. We also had a confusion, so apologies from our side.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Wanted to give more youth of Aulin the space to speak. But Ms. Batu was basically trying to represent the leadership to give an opening remarks before the youth section starts. But allow me please to read it on her behalf, and thank you so much. Of course, I extend the greetings of Madame Diop and our Executive Director, Ms. Joyce Cole, and she congratulates you for this pertinent dialogue. And I have been listening to all of the youth engagement, and it has been really quite an interesting dialogue. So congratulations, Mama Mabato, for this excellent convening. We are pleased to host this engagement as part of the broader continental effort under the Youth and Emerging Leaders pillar of the African Women Leaders Network, a platform that continues to prioritize the voice, the agency, and the leadership of young people across Africa. The theme of the meeting reflects the moment we are in. As we move closer to 2030, many of the commitments made at the global level remain unmet. While young people continue to navigate unemployment, inequality, instability, and rapid global change, it is within the context that platforms like this become very critical. And through strong partnerships such as those represented here today, we are able to create spaces for dialogue, meaningful dialogues, shared learning, and collective reflection among the youth. In our work at Aulin, we are also intentional about advancing intergenerational leadership. And IGR, the Intergenerational Retreat annually, is one of our flagship initiatives. The IGR recognizes that sustainable leadership cannot exist in silos. It calls for deliberate collaboration between generations, where young leaders are not only included, but actively engaged in shaping decisions, influencing processes, and co-creating solutions along established leaders. It is through this intergenerational approach that we strengthen the leadership, ensure continuity, and build responses that are both grounded in experience and responsive to today's realities. So today's dialogue is a reflection of that approach. It provides a space to connect global dynamics with local realities, to engage critically on the challenges facing young people today, and to begin shaping practical pathways toward economic inclusion, peace, and a just future. So as we begin or conclude today, we encourage all the participants to engage openly, to share their perspectives, to listen across the experiences, and to contribute meaningfully to the conversation. On behalf of Aulin leadership, I would like to thank you all and thank our partners and all esteemed participants for their engagement in this convening. We look forward to a rich and impactful dialogue. I thank you. Thank you so much for allowing us the time to intervene and to read this opening remarks on behalf of Aulin leadership. I thank you all also for allowing us to be part of this dialogue and to hear these insightful interventions. I give the floor back, and sincere thanks again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Khulud. Thank you. We really appreciate you for going through that amazing, amazing welcoming. I think for us, it's another stamp that to say, you know what we are doing is impactful. What we're doing, we are on the right track. That's the biggest tap on the shoulder we can ever have. And to know that we are not just doing this on our own, but there is an endorsement. There is individuals who are saying, we are watching your work and we are proud of you and we will keep pushing you no matter what. So thank you so much, Khulud. Thank you so much, Mema Bato and your team. Thank you so much, Mapuli. I see you are here. She's also played a big role in my own journey as well, counseling me, advising me. So thank you so much all for being here. Once again, as I mentioned, there are certificates that will be sent to you just to thank you as a courtesy, to thank you for your attendance here. Thank you for your inputs as well. And then Mema Bato, I don't know if there's any other closing remarks you want to add onto it as well.
Nothing. I've done my closing. As I said, close. This is your meeting. Now you can close your meeting.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Mema Bato. All right, then that will be it from my side until we meet again. Next week is another session of Freedom Thursdays, and we will get our invite. All right. Thank you all so much. Have a blessed day or morning or evening.
Dumbe, hold on. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to find out, hello, on the video that you were recording, Memma Battle, is it possible for you to share the video? You were
That's
recording.
what we do. That's what we do.
Thank you
That's
so
what we
much.
do. Yeah, maybe we didn't even say, but I did. I think I did at the beginning that we have these sessions, and what we do, each and every session that we have, we share the video, because we know that many of you have your own constituencies. So the purpose of us sharing the video is for you to take the video and take it to your own community, your churches, your communities, your wherever you are, your youth clubs, because they might not have, I say it every week, they might not have all the people around the table, but with that video, they have them. So the videos become like your book clubs. They will travel wherever you travel, where you are going to raise awareness. You will have
Thank you so much, Memma.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for asking as well. All right, everyone, we have come to the end of our session. Once again, enjoy the rest of your day or morning or evening, good night, depending on where you are. Depending on where you are. Thank you all so much, and I appreciate you. Thank you for
Thank
trusting me to
you.
lead this discussion as well. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you to all.
Thank